Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Uh, all right. Ding ding. What is Opex? Opex is the ETF and index options quarterly expiry occurring today. In the 1 minute? Yep. Are we expecting right out of the gate? Our price action lines up really closely with November. If we look out here on the daily, um, even our spike for the futures FTDs, although much higher here. It wasn't because of volume. This one had way more volume actually, but illiquidity and other things allowed the price. Also, they covered these FTDs all at once at market open. But yeah, our price action looking very similar moving into Opex, and so yeah, I expect that they are pre-hedging to some degree already. They should continue to pre-hedge. So if in the last cycle is any indication, we should see some upside today. Exposure on this cycle far higher because there was nothing covered in between this Opex and the last Opex day. It was basically just straight shorting, primarily through ETF creation. Ding. Read this out loud. The hedgies are so worn out from boofing FTDs that if they bend at the torso even 5 degrees, the short percent plotkin just falls out and the FOMO will be too messy to clean. That's really beautiful, Kevin. What a kind thing to share with us all this morning. If we don't see hedging today, can we assume exposure will be more significant yet next week? Yes. If we don't see pre-hedging occur today to some significant degree, I expect like 10 to 20% price improvement. If that doesn't happen, then there should be more volume and volatility next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Just be prepared for peaks, be prepared for the potential for rug pulls. I've seen the Adam Aaron tweet. The comments are hilarious. I haven't. Is he selling more stock? Chalk is cheap. It takes money to buy 5, 10, 0 DTEs. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Love the show. All praise Lady View Up. Thanks, Cockroach Rancher. Good morning, guys. Do you have any idea on the numbers of what they need to cover for this OPEX? Expected volume. I don't think that's a good thing to use after November. Popcorn Trader. Like we can compare it historically, but historically the volume hasn't lined up on any of these cycles, right? Last February and May were drastically different. Last, May and August, and then even August and November. There's no way to tell how concentrated or diffuse the covering is going to be. And so day-to-day volume probably shouldn't be something that we focus on. I think we should probably take a little bit of advice out of Wyckoff's theories and use price analysis to determine our high and low instead of technical analysis. What do you think about DOJ probes about Citadel? I think I summed it up in a comment last night pretty well. Ooh boy, the DOJ is about to throw an intern into a minimum security prison for the next 6 months. And then they can tell us the squeeze is squiz. That's pretty much how I feel about it. Sounds like war has just started in the Ukraine. Maybe? Does it sound like it, or does it maybe sound like it? Lots of talk about evacuation sirens starting as of now. How does the market feel about these things? Yeah. Happy Friday, dudes. Appreciate the stream. Thanks, Scott. I just watched the Explain Like I'm 5 Entropy Swaps. It's basically using a dark pool with more steps. No. Dark pool price action, even though it's not realized at the moment, is still realized. Entropy swap allows a short volatility position to profit off of an increase in price when it normally would not. So it allows them to hedge volatility and capture price movement, essentially long on the underlying for that period of time. Trying to explain entropy swaps to 5-year-olds, probably not a great fucking idea, but I gave it a swing. Do you believe the head of the Secret Service working for Ken Griffin is related to the latest from Bloomberg on DOJ investigation into Citadel? I think billionaires very frequently hire ex Secret Service and ex Special Forces as personal security. So, no. Scrolling to the stream past my course, you Pi5 viewers also watch this channel. I'm ashamed of you all. You should be. They do, but mostly just to clip memes. Happy Friday, dudes. Appreciate the stream, Gurk. Thanks, Scott. Adam Aaron to sell 1 million worth of shares to charity. States the reason is he wants to give back to retail for all the support. I wish I was lying. Can someone confirm this shit? There's no way this is real. Does demand zone same as Opex? No. No, actually, if you're looking at demand zone horizontally instead of vertically, then yes. Did you say the charts are lining up like November? Potential for pre-hedge? Yes, I did. Sirens are real. Okay. Well, that's shitty. Can Putin wait till Tuesday? Or Wednesday? Does the low gamma maximum suggest that we're unlikely to run past it next week despite Opex? Yeah, so Opex doesn't really have anything to do with the gamma maximum. Gamma maximum can go up, and it does on our runs frequently. It can follow our runs up. So if we're trading here, you know, it can move with us. As people buy into further and further out of the money calls, driving that limit up. If you go back and look at Yelya's models, you can see how that kind of occurs during these run-ups. But eventually, you know, our price will peak through the gamma maximum. And essentially what this does is it kills its upward momentum and will usually fall back down below. So also a lot of, you know, selling occurs at this point. Nope, shit. I don't have a, yep, I know. Is that working? Yeah. So yeah, a lot of selling here when we break through gamma maximum. Institutional selling. And so, you know, when we start to come back down, we've lost a lot of the delta and stuff that supported our run in the first place. So yeah, it very likely that we gamma maximum, you know, around 150 right now. It's very unlikely that we hit prices higher than like 180 at best before coming back down. Don't get me wrong, other things can happen. Institutions can buy into the option chain. There's a lot of ways to move gamma maximum up. We've had runs where that's happened in the past, like last February, for instance. So just be aware of it, but I wouldn't be, you know, overly concerned with how low it is. I mean, it can move. Does the low gamma maximum suggest that we're likely to run past it next week despite Opex? Oh, I answered that. Sorry. I saw what you fucking tagged me with, like, Both sides evacuated the east side borders, shelling all over during the night. And now videos of evac sirens on the pro-Russia side. Shit. As we expect the exposure to be far greater this cycle, would pre-hedging be a disadvantage? Yes, I think it would be. Most of our options volume, a lot of which is expiring today, is between 120 and 150. A lot of it out in March as well, but a significant chunk today. I think their best bet is to try to get us below 120 into close. I think that's more advantageous for them, but you know, it's a risk reward scenario that's hard to predict because it's on their side, right? We don't know if they'd rather sustain the hit from putting near-term options in the money or from the bump in volatility. They've shown over the last several days a desire to minimize the increase in volatility, which indicates to me that they have not entered an entropy swap. And additionally, that, you know, that, I mean, it indicates short volatility positions and also indicates that they haven't entered any type of entropy swap. And so I think it's best for them to do nothing, burn out the 0 DTEs, and then move into next week and let the volatility bump there. During the short week where less exposure is likely to be generated. And also keep the price down today, into the weekend, especially. 3-day weekend. People are going to see their families and stuff. You don't want everybody talking about how GameStop ripped on Friday. It's not good for them. I think they're going to wait with the Opex hedging until the last minute in the hopes that Russia attacks, market tanks, and they can start from a lower point. Probably. On a broader scale, yes. But, you know, whatever's going on in the Ukraine, or, you know, on the Ukrainian border, is gonna... It's not going to change what's due, right? If they have obligations that are due and need to be covered, nothing political is going to change those dates, right? How long is the Opex period? Usually about 2 days. Starting next week, Tuesday, because we have the holiday, it's Tuesday through Thursday. So I believe that's the 22nd through 24th. You think upward action is pre-hedge and not passive investment SPY tracking? Also, wouldn't running Wednesday, Thursday still temper volatility while crushing Wall Street Bets weeklies, expecting November action? Yeah, I agree. Running later into the week, I don't think they'll build if they compound all of that exposure into one day. That's how they create highly volatile events like we saw in August. But yeah, it does in effect hurt or crush the 0 DTEs. This is something similar, Robert. What you're describing is something similar to a tactic they employed last February, where you know, we stayed flat at about $46, basically all the way through until Wednesday at market close. Where we, you know, rocketed up $40, something like that, halting into close. The most intelligent part about this play on their side was that by halting the stock into close, they gave themselves an extra day to clear out obligations. Can you easily explain it for everyone? Entropy is when you don't use your muscles and you get weak like Carl. Wait, never mind. That's atrophy. Entropy is when you DRS your variance swaps and then hedge with 510 weekly puts. Thank you, A user. What a perfectly beautiful description of entropy. So yeah, I think weeklies through this time frame are very risky and not a great idea. I have some in place to capture any movement today. And then after that, I'll probably get rid of most of those weeklies today. Today, 2.2 trillion in index and single stock options, split between 820 trillion in settlement and 1.3 trillion in afternoon settlement. Cool, thanks, man. That's a lot. Wouldn't 10 and 20% gains power hour? If we see them today, if they pre-hedge, they should need to take the entire day to do it. They don't, unless they have entropy swaps in place, they do not want volatility to go up, right? So that means slow covering. Similar to last November 19th. If they're not covering today, you know, then they're moving into an event that will be more dramatic. But the goal will always be to minimize the increase in volatility. Did you get a jar pull order for the updated outro by Market Open? So one of those I'm not sure I can use. Buffiosa. So what are the odds that hedge funds are using this drama, this Ukraine drama, and Bullard to be a piece of shit on TV? I mean, he is a piece of shit. In order to, where was it? I lost it. Sorry. In an effort to crash the market, it's possible. I mean, it's a motive, right? So fucking weird. Oh, okay. Strange. Sorry. December 7th, 20. Did the Russian and Ukraine embassy just tweet memes at each other all day? I haven't been following for the last week or two. Seems like everyone is bearish all of a sudden on GME doing anything this month. What's changed? I'm not. I'm bullish as fuck, depressed goblin. I think what you're seeing is a slow leak of maybe in the Discord of shitty people spreading their negative sentiment real slowly. But it's okay. That's being handled. Morning Pi-Fi, can you give us an ASMR news date? Everything is fucked. GME go burr. Does Opex mean ups normally across the market? That means ups across the basket. You're still holding your VIX. I still have my VIX hedge. Yeah, it's in place. Where are you seeing the SPY danger zone today? 435? So it fell into that lower support, but it looks like it's bouncing here. So I think it could bounce as high as, 450. Probably not today, but maybe like 445. A slip below this is risky. So 432 would kind of be a dangerous level to see volume fall below. If it's just like a small spike, that's fine. But yeah, you wouldn't want to see any volume fall below this. If we start trading a lot of volume to the downside, that's not a good indication. All right, so turning around right at the 125.27. Max pan still at 125. Is there any way they can avoid the Opex T+2? None so far. It's in their advantage to cover. It's not. So Opex is not. It's not disadvantageous for them to cover. They want to clear those obligations so they can keep doing what they do. Have you seen Lenixis expecting a 90% run with a price target of 242? Yeah, he's bullish as fuck right now. I can't calm him down. You Americans have too many holidays. We really do. Andrew Hayden, thanks for becoming a Cornishon, man.
To Cornishon.
Will you wait till after Opex to roll March 18th options? I'm not rolling March 18th options after Opex. What am I rolling them to? May? I'm not, fuck no. I'm going to capture big profits and make money. If your weeklies go in the money, will you still sell them? Yes. I'm not going to exercise weeklies that are like $5 in the money. I'd have just bought stock at $87 if I was going to do that. If we hit like 200, I'll think about it. You know if Turd figured out the relation between ETF puts and GME price action? Yeah, we discussed it on stream yesterday. What do you see walls of the book spread across all the exchanges? Like 133, 31 right now. That's just, those are there to like slow price movement to the upside. Those are just like conditional orders in order to stop the movement of the price. After OPEC, should things calm down for a few months? When's the next fun time? Things could calm down unless we see a roll into the futures expiration date on March 10th. Then yeah, everything should stay pretty calm until May. So yeah, we'll be looking T+6 from today for an indication of a roll into the futures date. One thing at a time. Right through the, okay, thanks, Celsius. All right, I'll load it up. I wasn't sure about that. You know which one. Currency is a double-edged sword for them. It will minimize volatility, but also increase retail interest, especially if we have a decent run today that goes against market sentiment. Yes. Yeah, if the market is going to continue to slip and GameStop is running inverse to that, then yeah, it could drive some interest that they probably don't want flowing in. Bullard, more like Berard. Boom, roasted. Savage, Ben. How's the volume look so far? This is a little more than yesterday. It is. Hold on, I'm gonna update Reddit. How fucked are they with Opex? We'll see. I mean, it's not necessarily that they're fucked. It's more that it's good for us. I don't know, Light. I'll let you know if I think of something. What's the downside risk of their position if they moved into an entropy swap but couldn't find a counterparty? Can they back out easily? You can't move into it without a counterparty. All trades have a counterparty. Sorry, I know I'm really far behind in chat right now. I'm trying to catch up. What's your guilty pleasure for negativity improvement? I don't have one. I just stay negative. To roll or not to roll? I mean, what do you roll into after Opex? Have the mods link the AA tweet? Feel bad for them, man. One vocal leader basically saying we're about to attack while the other is waving this surrender flag? What? Yeah, they linked AA's bullshit tweet. During Frig's Day, was it just a ton of in the money puts that slammed the price down? I mean, it was a lot of selling and just not a lot of support for the price action. Also, massive share creation through XRT. Forgive me if this was mentioned at DD and I forgot, but does the evidence point to short hedge funds using variance and entropy swaps this entire saga, or change we saw after last January? It looks like it really kicked in February once they got the price back down. So if you have an option contract and want to sell it, do you have to find another buyer, or is there someplace you can just dump it at the current premium? I mean, you just dump it and market makers buy it. That's who provides the liquidity for the options market. So no, it's not like you have to like, post an ad. You just put it up for sale and the only time you run into issues with that if there's liquidity problems. Dividends and the economy recovers everywhere shorts are wrecked. So yeah, I can see a bunch of market manipulation to try to dump the market first so they can get out. It's fair. Jimmy Rips, what will be the reason MSNBC goes with? Maybe that Wall Street was visited by the three ghosts of the NFT spirit and are now bullish on them. Who knows? We've broken through Gamma Max before, just not by very much. There's nothing to support further price action at that point, Mohammed. Unless there's FOMO. Which I said. How do you accurately use volume to predict price? Is it volume relative to the underlying? And what time frame do you measure the volume by? I don't use volume to predict price. I use volume to, well, a lack of volume to gauge momentum potential, and incoming volume is a way to gauge the peaks, both to the down and upside. My moves are jacked. Good for you, Carl. I double dog dared Kenny to run the stock today. He's a bitch either way, but he's a baby back bitch if he doesn't anyways. Thanks, Poppy, for gladly taking my money. And if you get FUD, come see a Dan and we'll fix that right up for you. Thanks, VWAP Dan Saipo. What is the GME Opex date period? Thanks, Garrick. It's next Tuesday through Thursday. They can finish covering. The peak can occur at any time during that period. Important to note for everyone watching that we can also not move at all in price. We should learn the lesson of January price action, as the exposure predicted was brutally put down. The exposure predicted for January price action was not the same. HA. But yes, potentially, and at some point, one of these OPEC cycles will fail and they will no longer continue. But I think that brings a bunch of other conclusions that most people probably don't want to hear. But as long as you're not holding weeklies and bullshit calls, you can, and nothing happens, you can always sell and lose minimal capital. Oh, there'll be more GME options for me. I'm not rolling anything because there's nothing to roll to. You know, if Opex plays out and the price starts to go down, we're going to go down for probably a few months unless there's an announcement until Opex in May. With SEC CNS fails release, what's the general time frame for when FTDs potentially affect price action? I.e., do the January numbers affect T plus? It should be 35 if marked long, plus 35. XRT doing something? What? Coming down. A couple March 4th 140s. Thinking about rolling them out to March or April quarterly. Thoughts? For what purpose? Like, what's the plan there? Lack of likes is disturbing. Not that bad, right? Even if they pre-hedge today, they still have to cover GEX next Tuesday. So no. Next Tuesday, no. Yeah, they do. So the earliest they can rug pull would be Wednesday. Technically. Or they could just do nothing next Tuesday or Wednesday and cover it all on Thursday. And just burn all the theta from people buying short-dated shitty calls. You pick up any more cat while it's sub 185? I did. I had a limit order in place that filled yesterday. If we dip after is to only buy. I plan that this cycle, if we dip after, is to only buy Jan 23 leaps, sell PMCC for 2 months, and wait and see. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do other shit. Don't worry. Stocks don't have to go up to make money on them. What do you think of Bob's DD saying we could have a run on March 1st from the dupes that expired on the 21st of January? I don't see any way that deep out of the money puts create FTDs. So I disagree. They simply expire. They're used as a hedge for volatility baskets, which I feel like Bob knows. So I'm confused as to why he's predicting a March run. But I haven't seen the DD in question, so. Should increased volume be an indicator that they are pre-hedging today? Not really. We want to see buy pressure. So far, it does not look like pre-hedging is occurring. So far, it looks like we're tracking with max pan and we're going to stay flat. Haven't short hedge funds improved massively with the price drop since November? Could they dodge from those profits or pay off obligations through CNS and pre-hedging? They want, okay, so it is in their best interest to clear obligations because then they can keep shorting. If they don't clear out the obligations from the previous quarter, then they're in the same position where the ETFs are burned and thresholded, and share utilization continues to drive up the borrow rate. So what they want to do is start returning the shares, right? Drive that borrow rate back down and cover their ETF obligations so they can keep doing this shit forever. Macy's and BBBY running. The rest of the basket's starting to get hedged. What about DDS? The DDS is moving up too. I mean, mostly stagnant. Because of the holiday at the beginning of the week, C-Mill. So in November, the holiday was at the end of the week, right? But if they cover Thursday, right, for options that expire Friday and you bought those options on Monday, those options, or Tuesday, those options are going to have lost a significant amount of their value by the time the stock runs. While in November, the lack of the holiday at the end of the week actually pushed price action towards the beginning of the week. So yeah, I would say March 4ths are far better as a weekly play, but still remember, you know, they carry this basically the same risk as weeklies. Couldn't they potentially cover it all today and then rug pull? No, that's tricky, right? Because if they cover it all today, they're still gonna have, they can hedge the gamma to a degree, but if they hedge the gamma like 100%, the stock will just rocket. And that's going to create more gamma exposure, right? So it's a balancing act. If they drive the price up too much today, then they drive too many options into the money. So I think what we'll see today, if we don't see pre-covering, is we're going to see them try to avoid those key price points at 125, 130, and 135. Because that is where the bulk of our options OI is resting right now. So if they're not pre-hedging, their goal will be to keep those options out of the money by close today. Primarily 130. 130 is very key for them. If they do pre-hedge today, you know, they are risking more exercising. Will you have options for next week? I have options for next week right now. I plan to ditch them today if nothing happens by probably this afternoon, and buy into further dated calls. So they're kind of just the Feb 25s I'm carrying right now are just in order to capture any pre-hedging that might occur today. But they're not, I'm not keeping them for price action for next week. I appreciate your relaxed and sensible expectations for this price cycle to calm the enthusiasm, but they pounded the stock for a reason. I'm hoping you're dead wrong and we absolutely rip. I agree that the exposure is there for us to see a crazy fucking run. But I feel it's necessary to temper my expectations. So cautious, but optimistic as fuck. Right? Thoughts on T plus 2 plus 35 from the expiration of the variant swaps? None. I mean, as soon as they expired, they just started buying Jan 2023s. They didn't need to buy as many of them because we're not running up to $400 right now. Can you talk about covered calls? They confuse me. You want to tell me what about them confuses you? And I would be more than happy to weigh in. TA does not matter. When will you realize this? This is obviously under some type of control. I realized that a long time ago. I haven't done TA to any significant degree on the stock for quite some fucking time. Everything we're analyzing is just market mechanics. There's no TA. Just because there's a chart doesn't mean there's TA, dude. Bid-ask spread is insane. It's about 20 cents. It's not that nuts. Have you tried just looking into the future and giving us all a good spoiler? Your daily DD mentions a possible rug pull after Opex a couple times. Yeah. What indications do you use to identify and exit some positions before the drop? You can use RSI and look for an overbought signals and slowly move out of your position on those. Although with GameStop, we can stay overbought for quite some time. you want to look, this is where you want to look for volume, is you want to look for institutions selling into the peak. We know the gamma maximum, it's up at, one in the 150s. Any move beyond that, you want to be very, very cautious of continuing price action. So you want to have, I think above gamma maximum, I'm going to be looking at starting to place some stop limits and protect the downside. Why do short hedge funds need options to short via ETF quarterly? Options expiring today or swap and other derivatives packed into options. They need options on the ETFs in order to mark long. Optimistically, I picked up some 510s. Oh, turd. After a year, I don't think I can feel hype anymore. Welcome to the club. If you're buying in today to play this Opex run, how much theta would you pay for? Enough that if nothing happened, my contracts would lose minimal value. Over 2K watching and only 800 likes? I don't think that's accurate. We have way more than that, right? Close enough. We just like having something to look at. I know. Colors. One thing I learned the last couple of months is that options are a lot harder when you're poor. It limits you in so many ways. Thanks for all you do. They are. It's shitty. It's almost like this is a system designed to perpetuate larger amounts of money while absorbing small amounts. Undermentioned Ray, last Feb's run is the Fedwire crash. Both coincide within minutes. The inability to move funds seems more key more than OPEX FTDs. I mean, I'm not just looking at last February for an indication of OPEX occurring LC. It also occurred in May, August, November. Last November and August as well. All of it, what you buy, all I know is you need 100 shares to sell them. So, Jets fan, a covered call means that you are selling somebody else a long call position, and you are the market maker in that scenario. So if it is a short call or buy right or right, sorry. All right. I'm reading too many GDs on variant swaps. Short call or a right. Sell to open is also another term used. So, let's use an example right here. Say these GME 150 Feb 25s. If I were to sell a covered call here, I would need 100 shares of the underlying, and then I would place an order to sell a call at a strike of 150 and an expiration of February 25th, and I would collect a premium of 1.89, right? If the price remained below 150 for the duration of this call, I would simply collect this premium. If the price were to rise above it, my premium credit will drop, right? As that call option that I have sold prints. So, and then your risk there is you will, if the option continues to run, and the price continues to go up, that option can be exercised, and those 100 shares in your account will be called away by the buyer of your call. But you will receive, the money for selling those 100 shares at whatever the strike you wrote the call at is. So, if you wrote it at 150, you would receive $15,000 plus the premium. The real risk here is whatever the price increases beyond your strike. So if the price goes up to 180, right? Then you'll still only receive $15,000 for the shares you had. I would like to sell covered calls to buy more shares. Your mixed sentiment is making it hard for me to maximize profits for more share buying. That's the issue with a volatile stock, bipolar bear. High premiums also equal high risk. There really isn't a triangle here. We have like a descending wedge from our peak, but I wouldn't really say it's going to necessarily lead to anything. 900 likes? No, it's like 1,000 now. People just don't want to do it. It's fine. If they want to suck. Donating more sucks. You mean liquidating the float? Begging for super chats, same like entropy swaps? No. Also, clip that. Uh, the CC and put questions feel sus. Just saying, be careful. I mean, Jets fans been here forever. I'm not really worried that he's being deceitful. So the risk is losing out on potential gains. At the end of the day, you won't need to pay any cash for selling CCs. You just sell your shares at a predetermined price and keep the premium. Yes. How would I go about sniffing out high risk, low premies? High risk, low premiums? Oof. That's not good. I don't think we're going up today. Support here. 120. Lower support. This price action. This one. I think we're just tracking. Market broke down out of its support here too. All right, let me update Reddit real quick. Just wanna. What do you see as our low for the next 2 trading days if they pretend to run it on Wednesday? Pretend to run it on Wednesday? Gonna be more clear about what that means. Does it seem like the whole market is illiquid today? I mean, if what people were saying earlier about Ukraine is true, then yeah, things are probably a little locked up. I don't think they're going to pre-hedge. They're spending every last minute trying to find a counterparty and need the price low. A spike is likely if they fail or if they find one, either way. I agree. This does not look like pre-hedging, but I'd like to wait until mid-afternoon to confirm. He said there was a gap to fill yesterday, I think, at 117. I'm not sure. Really paying attention to it. It doesn't matter if the Ukraine thing is BS. Farmer Jed. That's the beauty of the market, is the market reacts on emotion, not fact. You think OPEC cycles are going to stop causing price improvement all of a sudden? I think eventually they will. Eventually we will approach an OPEX and nothing will happen. But hopefully the indication of that will appear in advance through a reduced amount of exposure. Essentially, one of these days we will run up from OPEX and the price will not come back down. The gains from the OPEX will just remain realized. That would probably indicate that we're not going to see very many more of them. But as long as they continue to synthetically short the stock through ETFs and bona fide market making, we're going to continue to see this exposure play out quarterly. So no, it's not the antithesis. It's just the an eventuality. So this isn't the same kind of gamma exposure event. This is like a negative delta realization event, as opposed to like December and January, which would have been positive delta realization events, right? January and December leaps can be dodged through shorting because the exposure is call side, right? So they can short under these. We didn't realize how much they could, admittedly. But yes, they were able to short under these by dropping the price below the open premium, meaning that very few of these leap contracts were exercised, right? OPEX dates are sort of the inverse. They are from naked puts being sold puts being exercised, and those puts are used to mark long their short sales. So dropping the price doesn't affect the exercise of these puts. When these puts are closed, the market maker can then deleverage or de-hedge their position. And if you look at the FTD data, it very much looks like kind of exactly what we've been discussing for the last 2 months. And that they'd essentially just rolled everything over a cycle. or rolled everything into now, I guess is the best way to look at it. So all of that exposure that should have been realized has just been front loaded into this period. Possible SLD is still going on and will turn around once it stops. I think so. I mean, I think SLD is still going on. I don't know if we'll turn around when it stops, but that would be next week. Yeah, I've been to foreign countries, a few, not for a while, but when I was little. France, Italy, England. That's about it. I mean, like, yeah, that's about it. Canada, I guess. I don't know if that counts. So shouldn't we revert to that 200 level that we were trading at prior to them shorting down from December, Feb? Close. I think we'll see a test of, you know, I think a test of 180 is possible. I just think it's less likely than, you know, our local high, which will be averaged out probably around 150, 160. Why aren't you as bullish as Lenixis? Is he less tempered by Yelya's GM data? Maybe. He's also just very excitable. Probably next week. What are your thoughts on the 1032 volume spike on the SPY? This? It's something. I don't know. Look at the 8 million volume. I don't think it's a sell-off. Could be just a really big straddle. So this kind of shit happens on the SPY a lot because massive options positions are taken on it all the time. And when those are hedged, you know, you get a lot of volume, but you don't necessarily get a lot of price action. So some sort of, it looks like some sort of net short position. I mean, this could also just be a long buy-in, right? This could just be buying against the drop in price. And this could be like evidence of a turnaround point occurring. Remember, institutions buy when everyone's selling, and they sell when everyone's buying. That's why they're smart money. I just don't feel like Canada's like if someone's asked me, have you visited a foreign country? I don't know if I'd put Canada. I've been to Mexico too, and I don't think I'd put either one of those on my list because they're just right here. I don't know. They don't feel that foreign. I realize they are. I mean, I'm not stupid, but say they moved everything from Jan to now. Seems like we should see more than 140, 160. That's a lot of exposure. We could. But you know what the beauty of that is that there's generally, if exposure continues past Opex, there is a period of IV crush that occurs. I didn't say Tesla was dead. I'm not even watching Tesla. I think you were downplaying the price action we can see coming in the next week or two. Play it safe in case they dodge, but if we rock it, you're still right. I mean, I know. No, I'm playing it safe because I want people to be aware of the risk. I know lots of people are carrying options contracts right now. And let's try to temper expectations in order to avoid another Fregs Day scenario, forever known as Girk's Birthday Massacre. I don't want people to be waiting on a MOASS that may never come, and lose their profits that they have taken the risk to obtain. And you can play this cycle very profitably regardless of the outcome. If MOASS happens, you have stock, right? If you only own options, that's another story, but I don't think that's the case for basically anybody here. It was a bad morning to buy. 129 Feb 25th calls. Probably. If my average share price is 165, should I try to sell at the peak of this run to average down when they short us again? No. You should have just, if you want to average down your share value, just buy when the price is low. Trying to trade your stock only allows them to slip FTD obligations for even longer. We trade options, we don't sell our GameStop shares. $55,000, 2%. Borrow rate's bumping. Good. I think a lot of people only have stock. If Jimmy fails to realize higher floors after each run, those people may bail. That's my fear this run. We've been sub 160 for so long and people might exit. Yeah. Other people will make more and buy more. This is the way of the market, Sirax. Anybody who thinks that every single person that bought last year is still holding is, you know, disillusioning themselves. That's not how the markets work. People have problems. People sell all the time, but there's a counterbalance to that, and that people buy all the time. And if people make a shitload of money on these cycles, they will buy more. They will buy more at a, you know, significantly increased rate than they would have ever been able to buy before. So sure, some people might sell, but there's always been paper-handed bitches, and we've moved on. The long-term play on GameStop never goes anywhere. It'll always be there. So, you know, and based on even conservative valuation models, GameStop could easily realize a long-term share price between $350 and $500 a share. I think if you held a fucking year at this point, you're probably not going to sell. And if you know the stock's going to be flat, you can sell covered calls. Hindsight's 2020. triggered mind, especially in the market. Everyone wishes they sold at the peak and bought at the bottom, but that's not the way it works. I'm only on options because I donated all of my shares to charity. In your opinion, what's the shortest amount of time that can be considered a leap with regards to options? I mean, the term leap as a colloquialism generally just implies like a long-term option, but leaps are specific options contracts, Stefan. They're an options product that are 6 months, 1 year, and 2 years out. Thoughts on short hedge funds making one last stand, short dark pool, internalize Opex to try and shake people? If they're gonna get fucked if the price runs, may as well try. I mean, they'll do all those things, but they still want to cover their obligations. Again, you need to stop looking at these Opex dates like they're a bad thing for the short hedge funds, right? They're not. The short hedge funds want the price to go up. They want to cover, because if they don't, then they can be forced closed on those obligations, A, and be forced to settle at market immediately. And B, they will not be able to continue doing what they're doing, which is obviously fucking profitable. So it is to their advantage to cover. And they get the desired effect by driving the price down and generating liquidity. I know everyone diamond hands to the grave, but when the price goes up, people sell. And when the price goes down, people sell. This is the way of the market. No mantra or anything is ever going to change that. GameStop far less than any other stock I've ever seen in the amount of liquidity generated at the top and the bottom, but liquidity is still generated. Most of these participants don't give a shit about the price. They don't care if it's up or down. They just want it sideways or volatile, right? They don't really care what the value of the share is. They're delta neutral. Is there anything about this past quarter's ETF GME options that would lead to negative Opex price direction? Let's have a positive one like we've seen the past 4 times. No. All of the things they've done this quarter are things they've done in previous quarters, except to a much more extreme degree. A degree we really didn't think they would bother. Like the amount they pushed the price down, probably in order to dodge the leap exposure in January for the most part. Leaving November at a $250 price point was extremely risky for them heading into those leaps. You buying more Palantir at these prices? Fuck no. If my Palantir leaps go in the money, they're gone. I'm fucking so over that company. Do you think Linixis's target can be met? Not without some FOMO. And we're kept out of the news cycles regardless of our price improvement because they don't want that FOMO to occur, right? You saw Kathy dumped $56 million of Palantir. Thank God, now it can finally go up. My sell price area used to be between 950 and 4K. Now it's significantly lower when I daydream. That's the risk we're in now. People's expectations of the floor. I mean, if a short squeeze occurs, obscene prices will be realized. And no one has ever been able to predict how high it could go. So, you know, anything, I've always said this, you know, all the expectations of those floors are just as ridiculous as someone saying, "Oh, it can only go to 350." Like both ends of the spectrum are equally absurd because the fact of the matter is nobody can predict the price action of a black swan event. That's why it's called a black swan event. The Nixus was targeting like 240, which would be awesome, and is an upward resistance. I mean, I'm not saying it's out of the question. If we can hit 200, there's more options volume up there. But it's really that gap from 150 to 200 that's kind of barren. And without significant FOMO into the options chain, I don't see us attaining or holding those prices. How many of you consider next week as a final run? Not me. We all know your tempered expectations, but what are your untempered expectations? I think everyone knows this shit is coming and degenerates are going to pile into weeklies next week. And we're going to see gamma maximum. This is the untempered expectation and probably won't be realized. But if this happens, and our gamma maximum is like right here, I think fucking degenerates from like Wall Street bets and just everywhere are going to pile into Feb 25th options. And they're going to drive out of the money ones too, and they're going to drive that gamma maximum up. And then I think we could see some, if we can break 200, we could see some significant price improvement. But I mean, that's the bull case, like the hyper bull case. I still think realistically, they've got this shit under control, and we're gonna get capped off around 180 at the highest, with most of our volume trading between 150 and 160, 140 and 160 really. You can clip it and post it to Wall Street Bets. I've got enough karma. Time to remind folks, if they're thinking this is the final run, that likely is a sign of the biggest run is right behind the corner. Hedge funds always do the opposite of general emotion. Usually. If everyone's you know, got cautious expectations, then they run it super hard. You know, it's if they can make people fall prey to the psychology behind price action, then they will do their damnedest to pull that off. The hyperbole case. This is what I'm fucking talking about. Listen, Wall Street Bets will FOMO into a fucking stock they think is going to move $3. All right, so it's not like the conservative case would be bearish to them. I have heard of Bookmap. I know some people that use it. It's available on TDA, I think cheaper than it's available directly through them. It's solid. What, if any, stock options did you sell way too early? I sold a bunch last January way too early. I sold options at like when we hit $100. I sold options. I mean, I sold options all through the run last January, but I dumped a big chunk at $100, like 25% of the position I was holding, which still makes me sad. But what are you gonna do? It was the correct thing to do. Creating a new bullish case for next week. We've never heard before. When the fuck has nobody heard of Opex? I've talked about Opex for like what, since August? I wonder if people are just intentionally ignorant sometimes. Yeah, whatever. All I have ever wanted in life was to be armed with a path out of wage slavery. I've wanted the advertising material that the US says represents them. Once more, for better or for worse, I am thrilled to have learned financial independence, and I'm excited to take this ride together. Hugs, Pickle Morty. Thanks, Pickle Morty. Check Discord. Where? Oh. Opex runs August. We didn't run till Tuesday. Yeah, May we didn't run until Tuesday, Wednesday. Feb we didn't run until Monday and then Wednesday. I know. But it's, I mean, it's always within the T+2 window. Today wasn't hyped for FTDs. Where the fuck do these people get this information? There's no one was hyping FTDs for today. I can't believe how many people have no idea about Opex or have no idea when it is. It's like it suddenly started happening in the last 3 to 4 weeks. Yeah, I know. It's fucking crazy too, because like I put out the DD that covered, like, fully covers the effects of Opex back in November, and then I started talking about it in fucking end of July. So our next support is going to be down here, like 114, 115. Getting these 120s out of the money is good stuff for them. I'll take these off the table. Keep the 140s. I don't want those. JT 444. Opex is your term though, so it makes sense that new people don't know what it means. I suppose. Although, I mean, plenty of people are talking about it like it's theirs. Anyone see JP Morgan claiming squeeze likely end of December, early January? Anyone that listened was an immediate bag holder? Who the fuck would listen to JP Morgan about a squeeze? I don't think anybody listened to JP Morgan about a squeeze. But it lined up with expectations that were already in place. Couldn't they just short right now to start hedging at a lower price and maybe get some at the money calls to sell out? Yeah. In May, people would be talking about entropy swaps and how you never mentioned them. Yeah, I know. I gambled on 135 weeklies today. Oh well, on those. If they expire worthless and I get back into more weeklies next week at the same strike, is that considered a wash sale? Only if they have the same expiration, Guy Fieri. If you're buying into the same exact contract, then yeah, it would be a wash sale. But it has to be the same strike and the same expiration. Otherwise, no. Squeeze is just a clickbait buzzword for mainstream media and talking heads nowadays. You see the top comment on Roland's post? They mentioned Dooms, and you was just curious if it's got any meat. No, I didn't. Is it just more people like talking about how deep out of the money puts mean something? Because they don't. They're simply parts of replicating baskets and variant swaps. Thanks, Barre. Do you think they've decreased their exposure over the last couple months or increased their exposure? Increased. They have increased exposure. Doom expiry. Yeah, I'm just gonna be straight up. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Um, what strikes, in your opinion, are good to play Opex? At the money or slightly out of the money? Can you say with any level of certainty Jamie will be above 120 a share by next Friday? Yes. No, if you sell a put, you're on the hook for hedging it. Just had a big cup of coffee. Almost time to take a dump. I know, Turd. Have you taken a look at the option chain today? Not yet. It's probably not very interesting. There's probably a lot of FOMO and zero DTEs that aren't going to print, and a lot of market maker or short hedge fund buying of in the money puts. Yeah. Yep, that's pretty accurate. Feb 18s. Lots of Feb 18 in the money puts in order to keep price down below max pain. Like I said, they'll either hedge today or they'll drive the price below these high open interest levels at 125 and 120. Any expectations for XRT over the next month? Do you still have any calls? Yeah, I still have a bunch of calls. Are you going down with the market? Or are they shorting to prepare us for next week's run instead of pre-hedging like last November? Looks like they're shorting us to prepare for next week's run. DOJ has named my company in their little investigation. How worried should I be? You'll be all right. GME will be over 1.2 million next Friday. I hope so. So could we see some late day after hours pre-hedging, or is nothing expected till next week? I don't think we're going to see any pre-hedging today. I think we've seen possibly some hedging this week, but I think most of our price action has just been due to the constantly increasing positive delta exposure after our bounce on the 8th when we had that big dump of FTDs. That final big dump of FTDs. How do you track your performance on a single stock with so much rolling selling? I mean, you could just write it down and figure out the balance. Does it mean less exposure next week? Or most brokerages will cover your P&L on one asset for you that's built in. Does it mean less exposure next week if they successfully drive the price under those high OI strikes? Yes, it does. There's an advantage. What it does is it reduces GME's direct options exposure for today. But previously, our lowest part of a lot of these cycles was literally the day before Opex. If that's the concern, you know, in August we hit our low for the Opex cycle, literally 2 days before Opex occurred. Both of these runs occurred the following week, these green candles. Same with May, and then also February. No pre-hedging today means bigger boom next week. Yes, that has always been the case. So yeah, this like near-term price drop is not really, it's not really going to affect a lot. Does it mean when profit loss is negative? You know damn well what it means, turd. Is Andrew left sim like Kramer? I have no idea. Who's he? So is it more bullish going into next week? I mean, it could, so by shaving off this additional exposure, it could reduce the price potential at the cost of increasing IV. So by consolidating that price action into a narrower window, it means that we can see higher amounts of implied volatility. Optionstrat.com is a pretty easy to use one, Ollie. Hmm. What are the chances they're announcing DOJ investigation in order to have a reason to suspend the stock? They don't need a reason. They can just freeze it. I mean, he's probably complicit in short and distort strategies, right? Another point, since the puts will be closed today, shouldn't that mean that we will recover most of the losses today? I don't know. It seems like we will close relatively close to open or higher. Probably. Mostly flat on the day. I can see that happening. What price range target are we looking at? I'm looking at trading most of our volume between 140 and 160 with a possible peak at 180-ish. Instead of IV of plus 40, could we see 80 instead? 40 seems like a solid expectation. It's possible that we see higher at the very top, Andrew. Or Andy. Yeah, options for next week bought today. We'll lose theta on the holiday. I mean, implied volatility. If we get a halt, then you play dud. I don't even know where it is, man. Also, something really important about the Ukraine conflict is a landmark settlement agreement. Landmark settlement by Remington AG and the Sandy Hook parents. Just that settlement gave the green light to plaintiff lawyers. Interesting. DOJ investigation enough to let investors out that Kenny locked in? Or are they locked in unless legal action happens? Yeah, DOJ investigation could let investors out. There's usually a clause that, you know, the issue there is that charges usually have to be pressed for them to be able to get out. Not just an investigation, but like actual charges have to be pressed. What else do you consider to be in the basket with GME? Consumer discretionary or anything that has a quarterly Opex on the same months? It's mostly consumer discretionary. So it's stocks like Macy's, BBBY, Express, Nordstrom's, AMC. What else? I know I'm forgetting some. I always do. For the most part, there are other positions in the market that seem to line up that don't really have the same exposure periods, but it's also, they're also just like heavily weighted in ETFs that those stocks are also in. DDS, sorry, I forgot DDS, Dillard's. Biden press at 4. Sounds like positive news. SPY's going up. If I only would have held my AMD since last year, I'd be up $20 instead of having made like 10x on GameStop during last Feb's gamma sneeze. Fortunate few are about to catch. Volatility seems to be picking up. Yeah. Because even if they win the majority of cases, the ones they lose are going to pay out. Even worse to them, just the legal fees will total in the hundreds of millions. You mentioned Sens the other day. What's going on with that stock? Not a lot. To be completely honest, not much. Let me see what it's up to today. They got FDA approval, and there was a massive uptick in like the delta. This was in anticipation of the FDA approval here. And then they just slammed the price down. So it's likely that shorts are getting ready to jump out of it. I think it's about where their short positions were opened, or fairly close, about the halfway point. So yeah, I expect this to have like kind of a big run, probably up to around like 5, but it could go higher. It's mostly, I mostly bought into it to test a theory about something, and we're gonna kind of see if it plays out. But what's this in relation to, VWAP and Cycle? I think I missed your first comment when you started talking about this. Like just a short position play? Because I feel like a lot of that's probably already priced in. GameStop, inverse head and shoulders on the daily. Well, not the daily, the 5-minute. Building. The intraday, sorry. This is bullish, especially with what we have coming up. We could see some interesting improvement on this. Is that a Pink Floyd shirt? No. Since we're expecting pre-covering this week, is March 18th a good buy today? Or wait till Tuesday and market open to buy in? You could probably, I mean, I don't know if you need to buy today, but if they start running it like first thing Tuesday morning, it could get priced out pretty quick. GameStop options move very fast. So here at this point where we're low and volatility is not spiking, these tend to be the best times. What's up, Glider? That's because a lot of earnings are underperforming expectations. And the forward outlook is meh. So people are very, because of the uncertainty in the market, people are very ready to bail. This is common leading up to a big correction or a crash. To your knowledge, have short hedge funds employed big ass put walls for covering Opex obligations in the past, or is that only for their FTD due dates? That's only for their FTD due dates. They buy, so at the peak when they start, when the selling begins, they start buying in the money puts to accelerate the price drop. Because they want that high volatility and price to turn around quickly. Go check out the options calculator, Andy. Biden speaking at 4 p.m. Market close about Russia, Ukraine. I heard. So watch put volume for another peak indicator. Yeah. I think we'll be tracking that to some degree. I think you need to watch the peak for high volume. So as we trade into the peak, there will be, you know, increasing volume, right? But then there'll be this period of like really, really high volume concentrated here. This is where institutions are offloading, right? When you see this large volume spike occur, large volume spike with relatively little price movement, right? This means that institutions are selling into the peak. I bought 4 Feb 25 300 Cs for $120 this morning. This is a wonderful opportunity because in November I bought 1 Feb 18 280 for $2,400. If I really think about it, these Feb 25 300s would have cost me close to 7,500. Win-win. Awesome, dude. Here's what I don't get. Why the fuck were people buying after November when we expected the price to drop through December? Like, I understand if you bought before December for December, January, but I don't understand people who bought and held long term after November, like after the price had started to come down. Like the expectation was always like that there was going to be a lull before December and before January, which were in fact accurate. What I don't know and what we will never know is if Remington AG admitted liability or they settled with an admission of fault. If they settled with an admission of fault, that comes out, gun manufacturers will be hit with lawsuits to shorten guns. Is that what I'm getting here? VWAP Dan Cycle, you're all about this. Gun manufacturers will be hit with lawsuits from everywhere for every shooting imaginable. Yeah, precedent. I like it. Are we gonna short just the gun industry? Draw me up some DD. If you short an AR-15, is it just a pistol? Boo, bad joke. It was great. Fuck you. Is 150 too far out of the money? March 18. I know it's riskier and Theta will eat it away quicker, but 150 seems very attainable. I think 150 March 18s I have a shitload of them, so yeah, I would say they're probably fine. Nice dad joke. Listen, I've got to come up with this shit on the fly. All right. Popcorn Trader is sitting there all day to come up with his bad joke 5 hours at a time. I've got to improv this shit. Edge of War, let's short guns. Smooth. I mean, why do you think DFE went dark? Because he's rich. Can't get squeezed if you buy puts. Check the idiot GME report. What GME report? Fuck you, True State. To make fun of dad for dad jokes. Apparently liquidity is at an all-time low across the market. Yeah. Everyone's pulling their money off the table. I've been saying that in Discord for weeks. You said low in January, so I heard pay for less theta, IV will be lower. I think people chased at the top and bought it 220, 250 on high IV. I know. All of these cycles have played out like the same way, and through the viewers of this channel, we run up, and then the bag holders or people that like didn't understand the risk become like anti-options and bitch all the way down to the bottom, all the way through, and then bitch all through the next run up, and then they start watching again when they buy back at the peak. They like leave and send me hate mail and shit, and they're like, I bought these options in November at 250. Fuck you. even though I specifically said that we probably weren't going to go higher than 250, the number of people that bought options at 250 still astounds me. Oh yeah, I mean December did not pan out, but like I rolled 2 days after December out of January contracts, right? And I made everybody aware of it, and then I rolled January contracts probably at the best possible time in all of January, and also told everyone all about it. So like, even though losses should have been sustained, they should have been minimized by that at least. And they were not at all. Like, I mean, some people did, don't get me wrong. Some people played it very, very well and rolled out and maintained some leverage, right? And the anti-option sentiment is totally tradable. By the time they're done complaining, that's the time you get in for the next run. I think that's the point at which you sell your puts. How dare you call out ridiculous plays? Never. I'll never stop. None of you guys watch me because I'm nice. You can't explain with words how painful it is to roll. Yeah, I can. I did it. It hurt. But, you know, the bounce from 80 to fucking 120 covered most of the losses that I acquired through the last 2 months. Oh yeah, no one could have ever predicted them pushing the price to fucking 100. We know. I mean, that was the shitty part, right? It's not that really theta value was lost or extrinsic value in those contracts. It's that they fucking slammed the price below below anything they'd been capable of all year, right? There it is. Johnson. You didn't explicitly tell everyone to dump their options at a specific value at a specific time. Clearly failed us. Yeah, that's not something I can actually do. Just buy shares. It's easy. The fucking shares are down $130 too. There's no difference. You still have them? If you bought far dated options, you still have those too. This looks very good. We watch you because you're nice to look at. It's different. There. Can you explain the difference between a 150 March 4th call and a 150 January 2024 leap? Time? What price action has surprised you the most over the last year? What was your least accurate expectation? I would say the drop in November till recently. Without a doubt, the most unexpected price action. Yeah. What do you base the 150 calls seem good on? Our gamma maximum is around that level, which tends to be our peak price. Gamma maximum can climb with us as we run, but if you look at gamma maximum going into any run, it gives you a pretty good average of where the majority of our volume will trade. I said I don't know why people are buying options in November at the peak of the run. I know why people bought options for December and January. I did too. But so many people have like bitched and complained on Reddit that bought it like 240 to 250 on November 22nd. When like the peak expectation for the run was 250. I mean, don't get me wrong, we got rug pulled quick. Like it was a slippery fucking position. A lot of shit went bad. But like you don't buy at the peak of the run when we're attaining price levels we haven't seen a stable position at for months. It's like the people who were buying in January when the stock was fucking crashing. Like we'd slipped $200 from the high and people were buying like crazy. I mean, I got like that morning, I got burned on weeklies. I bought weeklies at market open. And we hit 251 and it just tanked, right? But like I wasn't buying long dated calls here. If it's 200 to 250, you're too late. Yeah, it's just chasing at that point. Yeah, the pre-hedging was different. But they're going to try to and that's why I'm being so modest with my expectations for this run, right? Is that we know to some extent the tricks they're going to try to pull, and we can infer other things that they can try to do from that. And these, I think a realistic approach to these cycles, if we want them to truly be profitable for retail, is the best way to approach them. Instead of approaching everyone like, is this fucking MOASS? Because I think that leads to this, these false expectations. You're modest because you haven't been right yet. Lacey, you've been watching this fucking stream for 9 months. You know how often I've been right. Which is far more often than I've been wrong. If you have some examples that you'd like to cite, besides the drop from November to January, which I just admitted was wrong, feel free to share them. If you're so confident Opex next week, why are weeklies bad? Weeklies are bad because they can cover all the way until Thursday, at which point options bought Monday could see a significant decrease in the value they can realize on a run. Can you say we were going to 300 today and be right about that? That'd be cool. So what are some different ways that we can start preparing for and are hedging in case next week doesn't pan out like we hope? I mean, hopefully you bought far dated calls that won't lose too much value if next week doesn't pan out. And you've got to put money, if you're playing options for next week, you've got to put money on the line, right? But hopefully you've put it on the line in a way that the value in it will not be lost and if nothing happens. So, you know, this is why we talk about like far dated calls, because, you know, if nothing happens, they will retain most of their value near the money, because, you know, you don't want to lose that delta value or in the money if you can afford it. There's a trap for weeklies next week that I see, and it's very obvious, and I can't caution strongly enough against Feb 25th's carried beyond today. If you don't have the money to play options or manage an options position, you should not be using them. I said that. You can keep saying the exact things I said I was wrong about over and over again, but I already admitted that. Yeah, I don't care, Girk's modesty. What time today do you? I already dumped them. It's pretty much the only it's only GME we get burned on around here. And it's because there's always that what if this is it. But everyone remembers Spurt, Cat, Donut. Come on, friends, look at the gain porn in the Discord. GME is where the fuck did it go? I don't know what the fuck happened to the rest of your message. It's not showing up in the thing. That's weird. Check Pigeon Whale chat. You drinking booze again? Fucking Darth Dan. It's still not showing up. I don't know what's going on here, Pickle Morty. You buying more 318s on Tuesday? I'll probably buy some March 4th calls next week. Some more. I have some already. If we haven't run by like Wednesday, Nah, I probably won't actually. But I love get rich quick schemes. Honestly, one hit can make up for months of getting burned. Yeah, it can. Absolutely. That's because your maximum risk is always your premium, but those contracts can be worth far more than the premium paid for them, right? The shoulder looking weird. I mean, as long as it holds and the uptrend's sustained, then it's pretty bullish. It's probably just like a bear pennant. So probably retest 120, break down before moving up. If we can retest 120 and maintain. No, actually, yeah, if we can maintain the floor of this on a retest. So just like this. Or higher, ideally. Especially if we can maintain like this support level here at 119. Then we look good for a move to the upside in the later part of the day. So that'll be the question. That support is here. So it's bullish if we can hold this at 119.18. This message with CNS, it's driving me nuts. I keep refreshing and it's like not popping up at all. Visa VWAP, one of the biggest, most important things that I've been able to learn from you is taking profits and about the cycles. I lost out on so many profits holding during last March and thinking, and if I'm being honest, hoping it was MOASS. Thank you, Pickle Man. Thank you, Visa VWAP. Appreciate it, dude. You see this price suppression sustainable for a long period of time? I don't think it's sustainable for much longer, frankly. I mean, they need to clear out these obligations before they can continue suppressing the price. Shills in chat have been at an all-time high for weeks. Who gives a shit? Fucking ignore them. Remember that time I said cat puts ahead of the Fed announcement? Which Fed announcement? No. I'm gonna buy some more cat if it hits 190 though. Schwab is showing not shortable when viewing short sell availability, only limited or not available. Never seen not shortable. GME may be thresholded. Maybe. That was the interesting thing. If nobody noticed last night on the FTD data that I loaded up, was that we're seeing a very nice consistent increase in GameStop FTDs. Here, I'll open it, show you guys. It's too early to tell if this is going to pick up a lot, but it looks like, you know, we're kind of picking up a little steam on these, and this is GameStop FTDs, not ETF FTDs, and this is really important. We're still low. We're still, you know, lower than we've ever been, but this upward continuation could be very good for us. GameStop needs to fail over this 0.5 mark, I believe, for five days in a row to be thresholded. But it's possible with utilization as high as it is right now that we could see that. If we go on the threshold list, my expectations for what's to come will drastically change. Especially if we land on it like today. The thing I hate most about you is how your theories change dynamically when we gain more information. What's with all the facts and data? Why can't you be a fortune teller? I'm sorry, Steve, to have disappointed you all this time. The unprecedented lengths they've gone to still are, given the 100% utilization, to suppress GME immediately after you brought Jan Feb exposure to light really says everything. I mean, for people that realize the things I was pointing out in my DD, yes. For other people, no. Quite the opposite. There's like two kind of like divisive camps in this, and there's this one that's like short hedge funds have, you know, infinite money and control, and then there's this other one that understands counterparty risk. If this one was correct, ironically, the one that believes most wholeheartedly in MOASS, MOASS would never happen. Like, the stock would have been shorted to zero. None of this would be going on. So it's interesting. It highlights a unique aspect of the groupthink that surrounds GameStop. They're also the people that, you know, believe in infinity pools and things like that. If you don't, how else long everybody Jan and Feb calls? So I'm trying to stay out, even the 3 to 4 month out options. Just like very long term options. I mean, the very long term ones, then you're starting to get into like, once you move out past a certain range, you're kind of just also expecting growth. And if you're buying like in or at the money like leaps, you're betting on growth more than short term price improvement. I mean, you could sell on short term price improvement, obviously, but that's more of a like a long term investment plan. Get fucked, JFresh. If short hedge funds wait to cover till Thursday next week, what could we expect to see Tuesday, Wednesday of next week? Stable, small ups, or big dip before the rip? Short hedge fund wait to cover till next Thursday. What could we expect to see Tuesday, Wednesday? Flat, just nothing. If they pack all of their exposure into one day and cover all at once, then we could just be flat, even down, into the T+2 date. It's happened before. You missed a big Ko-Fi? I'm not even getting some of these. Are they showing up? He's absolutely not, Mr. Finch. Holy shit. No, I didn't miss that, but that was from Visa VWAP. Yeah, thank you again, man. I didn't see how much it was for, but thank you so much, dude. How do we prepare and be cautious for a rug pull? Well, we know gamma maximum. That gives us a huge advantage moving into this cycle. One that we really haven't had before. And knowing where to start setting expectations. Can the price climb above that? Yeah. You know, the exit strategy that I wrote 10 months ago applies to exiting any volatile position. So if you haven't read that, read it. Have you ever thought about one of the only 8-hour streams that accurately gauges GME sentiment within degens? Do you think shorts track this stream? Maybe. Jimmy holding up and bullish while the SPY's going down. We'll see. You spoke too soon. SPY's starting to slip that low support, I think. What's my fucking moving average? There it is. Oof. Yeah, 132.15. It's not good if the SPY falls below that. So we landed here on this exactly on the support. So let's see if we can hold that. If we can continue this trend, it's bullish. It's good that we're resisting that downturn. I know you are, JFresh. You're one of my favorite shills. Monday will be a year since your first Pickle Financial post. No. Definitely not. Right? No, did I start posting in March? I don't think so. Had to have been after that. Consistent FTD increases, yet less upwards price action. I mean, yeah, it's not dissimilar to events that we saw happening before last January, right? Are those numbers lower because they bought for out of the money puts? I mean, GME FTDs, GME direct FTDs have been very low since the share offering. I think people underestimate how bad that period of time was for the potential for a short squeeze, and even for me, it's taken longer than expected for the obligations on the shorts to start picking back up. It was a big hit. I mean, it wiped out basically any standing obligations that were available at the time. And so we've seen a massive decrease in GME FTDs post June. But what we do see is we see a significant increase in ETF FTDs as those obligations are now being channeled through ETFs. What's the time frame for your chart? Which one? The FTD chart, Hamster? Or this one? This is 1 minute. What would change about your theory if GME gets thresholded? If GME is on the threshold list, they cannot stop upward price action. It's very fucking problematic, especially with the FTDs or the ETFs that they primarily use for shorting already thresholded. It puts them in a very, very tricky situation where the price can become destabilized and they are unable to control upward momentum. How much do you think it costs them per day or month to keep the price suppressed and maintain their short position? I mean, it's not cheap, but they net it out, right? Like they make money too. It's not just a constant loss. They're hedge funds, right? So they're going to make money if the stock goes up or down. Threshold would indicate an entropy swap counterparty. No, threshold would indicate a huge issue with maintaining downward pressure on the price. An entropy swap is bullish for them. If they land an entropy swap, that's good news for the short hedge funds or short volatility funds. In your opinion, why is Palantir so garbage? I mean, they're just not experiencing growth at the rate they could be. I'm not saying that Palantir is going to be bad way into the future, and it's probably a good investment over like a 3 to 5 year window, especially at the prices it's at now. I'm just disappointed with expectations I feel should have been realized already. They do have a large short position to contend with. Can it be operationally shorted through ETFs? Yes, but that shorting is very limited in that shorting is very limited in a short time frame. So ETF shorting is great if you're doing it over a long period of time, right? Because you can keep generating those shares every day. But if you need a lot of shorts at once, ETF shorting not so great. That's all good, Finch. What do you think about the JCs? That's not a thing. You still doing pickles picks for billionaires? I mean, I do them. We had some last week, right? Some of the red market SLD, or is that over now? I think that's a part of it. Yeah, I think we're seeing the SLD trend continue. So that was not just Opex. Are you talking about the continuation of the run in May? Because we went from 170 to a high of like 260. FTDs and options interests were massive at this time. But before we moved into that rollover period where more obligations were cleared, we had this period of like consolidation before we went back up again. And remember, upwards price action generates more upwards price action because of delta hedging. Most people had bought calls out here for earnings near quad witching, if anyone remembers that hype. And then, you know, when the share offering came, people sold out of their calls and the price dropped. So once that floor created by that delta is gone, it's very easy for them to drop their price. Okay, we're breaking to the upside now. This is good. So we held that bullish trend. Yeah, I think we might move move towards max pain now. Max pain should have shifted with these puts going into the money. You started streaming 10 months ago, 4/21/21. Oh, cool. Yay. What dollar amount was Gamma maximum again? Chat is it's around 150. Star Sephiroth. Although I haven't had an update from Yelia in a few days, so it could have shifted a little bit. I don't think it shifts very quickly. You think RC was forced to do the share offering to give the shorts a possibility to lessen their exposure? No. The SEC can't force anybody to do a share offering. Threshold comes from FTDs. FTDs come from reduced liquidity. Is this a sign that DRS might be working? No, it's just a sign that they blew up their ETFs and they're having to actually use shorts. And we still don't know if those FTDs are going to continue up or just get cleared out in the next few days. I did explain my expectations if we're thresholded already. How much insight do you imagine counterparties have to the other side's margin? It's absurd margin more than absurd money that seems to be the issue to me. Yeah, they do have absurd margin. I don't know how much information they have about counterparties margin. That would be between the counterparty and the prime. I mean, they have some idea they can track their positions. So they can make a much more accurate estimate than we'd ever be able to. I'm trying to buy the Supreme Pontiff of VWAP membership level on the Ko-Fi, but the entry field isn't long enough to put in that many numbers. Get fucked. Don't buy that. That's a joke. But would the short hedge fund know GME will be on the threshold list before it is, or is it possible multiple short hedge funds have the same goal, follow similar playbooks, and are surprised that it does? I mean, the way they've handled GME FTDs, it seems that whoever's primarily generating FTDs on GameStop is aware of the risk of thresholding it. We do not see GME FTDs stay sustained at high levels for very long. So I would contend that most of the FTDs generated directly on GME are through one or maybe a couple positions, but they seem to be aware of the FTDs that they're creating. Missed my 9 months message. Gonna go boof a bedpost. Where? Oh, make tendies, not war. Hashtag. Thanks. Late today, can you give a quick recap? It looks like we're not seeing any pre-hedging occur, and they're trying to drive 125 and 130 strikes for this Friday out of the money. I expect if we do recover into the late afternoon that we're going to only probably recover till about 125 until they shed the large number of in the money puts they bought that expire today. So it looks like they're locking in a price range today. We're not going to see too much upside movement. In your opinion, why is Palantir so garbage? I mean, they just don't make money. They haven't made money forever, and they've continued to not make money. They get these like little shitty contracts all over the place, but never anything big or consequential. And so their earnings just suck. Someone posted on Discord watch list showing GME not shortable and no borrow fee. Okay. The threshold comes at end of day, so if GME is thresholded, we wouldn't see it till tonight. I mean, I haven't even really taken a loss on Palantir. I've sold covered calls on my position almost the entire time. It's just like the stock's just underperforming. Do the puts on shift search look like they're sold to open? No, they look like they're open. They look like they're opened or bought. So not short puts. They look like long puts. Like price suppression. What we expect to see from price suppression. Can we be increasing the SI so when we squeeze, they can say, well, there was a high SI? Sure. Felt cute, bought some 318s. Nice, dude. Hey, question. Back then, we knew that GameStop could continue to be shorted past SSR through ETFs. How about now? Through short sale restriction? Yeah, I mean, you can short GameStop through. If GameStop is on SSR, it can be shorted through bona fide market making, so operational shorting and ETF shorting. If I become Supreme Pontiff of VWAP, can I get Guybrush on demand? I'll just make him a permanent fixture. JC. On a high level, would you calculate delta neutral by taking OI and delta at all strikes and figure out the price at which MM would be hedged for all positions with 0 shares? Yes. If they start with 0 shares? If you want to get like Yalya's methodology, I don't think she's gonna I think she'll share the methodology, but not the program. You said FTD numbers have been increasing since the share offering? No, they've decreased. This may be the first time we've seen a consistent uptrend occurring in GME FTDs since, well, October, when they started shorting through XRT very heavily. We see some peaks, but it looks like GME FTDs are continuing up, and then also the amount of short borrowing and the increase in short borrow rate. I expect these GME FTDs to continue increasing. We see ETF FTDs rising up quite steadily for the same time frame. So instead of, one or the other, we're seeing both climbing pretty equally. GME FTD is still nowhere near as high as they had been earlier in the year. But ETF FTD is higher than they've ever been, so it's... We'll be looking to buy puts if Opex improvement is within the expected range at the end of next week, beginning or following for the end of March, April expiry. Probably not March. Maybe I might just sell covered calls at the peak. I doubt I'll buy puts. I might buy puts through earnings, just to capture that like short-term loss. But yeah, other than that, no. And I'm not even bearish on earnings. Quarter 4 earnings for a retail store that was well supplied through the holidays seems like a dangerous bet. I hope for 3 things post MOASS: that you corner the pineapple pizza market, that you admit to owning a fancy air fryer, and that you give a Dan a Wendy's cup of cheese to free them from the dumpster. Praise be to Lady VWAP. Thanks, Bob Lewis. Praise be to you. I mean, they look like they're on a steady trend, which is what's interesting, JB. They still haven't reached, like GameStop FTD still haven't reached a cumulative level where they're exceeding previous highs, but they are increasing steadily, which is good, I think. But we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, we never get as much data as we want. But it seems like they should provide more action. I mean, as long as we don't have anything else pushing the price up, they can just churn the FTDs through CNS. And so we'll get high volume, like flat days. Which is what we've seen happen over like the last month, right? Where these FTDs were due, but there was really no effect on price action. I guess I don't get to eat next week because Pipo won't tell me if 125 is safe today. I don't know. I don't know if 125 is safe. Why don't you just not be a greedy fuck? And sell far enough out that you won't get assigned. I pulled it up already, Struggle Works. Earlier. You can just rewind, or it's on the Discord in the announcements. How do you stay positive, optimistic in the face of so much evil? ETF share creation, FTDs, CNS. Because I know how to make... Because a stock that moves reliably, even if just $40 or $50 at a time every quarter, is enough to make you a billionaire in pretty short order because of compounding gains. So as long as there's something to predict I remain bullish. I also think GameStop's just a good investment. What's the blue line on the chart? This uptrend? Hmm. That's curious. How far can I go back? Hmm. Because this would have been... That's interesting. If today's green, but just slightly. Hmm. This expectation. Hold on, I'm just trying to see something. Something's very similar here. So it's 519, which was Wednesday before was the peak. Two one was or 210 Thursday. Huh. It's looking. It looks very similar to our price action from May. It's a Blue's Clue. What's kind of interesting is the amount of volatility. So this was something that I noticed. If you go back and watch my streams from back then, is that we were picking up a lot of volatility going into the May run. Like our price action was very wide, right? We were forming this like ascending bullhorn. And I'm seeing kind of that happening right now. Bloomberg reports Fed adopts sweeping trading restrictions after ethics scandal beginning May 1st. Oh, okay. That's just, yeah, that's not a big deal. Do we know it just means that they won't be able to trade? Oh, no. Bull Mayo follows Bullhorn. Do you know what ETF FTD dates overlap for the T+2 window? January 6th falls within it, I believe. Actually, let me double check that. But I'm pretty sure it does. That's not the right website. Today's January 1st ETF FTDs. So it's wrong. Yeah, January 5th ETF FTDs fall on the 22nd. January 6th ETF FTDs will fall on the 23rd. January 7th ETF FTDs will fall on the 24th. So yeah, it's actually, that's kind of a big deal. I mean, I'll talk about it if I see in the money puts rolling in. I don't need to give you a wink wink. I'll just actively talk about it. Check the options calculator. If IV bumps, you should probably be profitable even if they're down 60 to 80%. It depends. The March, yeah, check them in an IV calculator or the options calculator, BWatts. See what price points you hit profitability at. What would be an good alt retail basket ticker to use to build an account on these cycles if one can't afford near the money GME options? BBBY probably is the cheapest, or AMC. Although AMC is less and less correlation as time goes on. BBBY is still very much tied to it. With their share buyback, pretty bullish. Well, according if we track March, right, then we should fall to this lower. We should fall all the way down to this lower trend today, before bouncing into next week. So we should fall down here to 112-ish. Like if we track perfectly. Right? Hold on, let me double check. I want to make sure right about that. Yeah. Yeah, so the Friday before that's a little tighter. So I would that's not the Friday before. Friday before is the 21st. Hold on, I gotta go back and look at my calendar. May 21st was the Friday. Here. It's a little different. It doesn't line up on the weekly dates, but the pattern's the same. I mean, it's a different year and a different month, so that makes sense. But if we were to follow this pattern exactly, to now, then if this was the Friday drop, then we would be channel locked for 3 trading days. Breaking out on the 3rd trading day. Although I feel like we already realized that drop, and we may already be in that channel lock now. That's November. Sorry, one sec. So I wonder if so I feel like this was the channel lock, and then we broke out a little. So then we should have some flat. I think the best correlation to be drawn here is not that it's mirroring it tick for tick, right? Obviously a different price point, but that the volatility is picking up. So the price action that we're seeing is replicating price action seen during that period, but not that they're specifically the same. Like we're seeing volatility pick up in the same way that we saw it pick up into the May run. What kind of IV bump do you expect for next week? Like 40% seems to be about our average for these. Yeah, the breakout is from the Opex. We're maintaining a much more bearish trend though here on the intraday. It's positive, but it's shitty. This is good though. The more time we have to reverse this, like this is so this original signal that was back here is pretty bearish. The fact that we dropped and then broke out above can kind of reset our expectations. And so if we can consolidate a little bit more, we can move up. But we need some support right here at this like 120 price level. We need to build like a little foundation to lift off from. That's the nice way of putting it. Market maker FTDs landed on from Jan 6th landed on February 14th, but not ETF FTDs from January 6th. ETF FTDs are offset from market maker FTDs. They occur in different windows. AMC and IWM have a good amount of FTDs for next week. Yeah, they do. I'll be selling my out of the money position. If I have whatever I have that's deep in the money, I'll maybe hold on to depending on our price action. But the out of the money shit, I'm selling on the spike. Because even if we do mimic May's price action, like by moving up all the way into the futures rollover date, there will be the period of highest IV will be Opex until further out. So like the short peak for like the local peak for IV will be on the Opex date, wherever we peak on Opex. And then if we continue to run, there'll be another peak of IV, but I can buy calls in this kind of stagnant period in between for that. I don't need to hold the same position for both. And remember, us moving up past the Opex date is very, very wishful thinking. What do you think our chances are we go above 180 this cycle? Slim. It could happen, but it's slim. Yeah, if Jimmy went on the threshold list, that changes expectations a lot. But it has to. Don't forget, the Jimmy has to be on the threshold list for some time. Just because the DOJ has publicly stated an investigation does not mean that they have pressed charges. And it's only like one part of Citadel that's being investigated, right? It's like one of their many different subsidiaries. March 10th is the last is the futures rollover date. DRS makes the stock more illiquid. Gamma Max might be 150, but the illiquidity creates more volatility, right? So that also accounts for upside volatility in a run. It does. In a way that we really can't perceive and would be greatly dependent on the amount of shares DRS, which right now are not that much. At least the official number isn't that high, right? Like it's probably somewhere between 5 to 12% of the float, which is, you know, a chunk, but maybe not enough to really kick off a significant difference in volatility. Ukraine war was already priced in. GME has monthly options during these Opex dates, but not their quarterly options. If we mirror the May run, what would the price be? If we were the whole thing? I mean, GameStop went up about $80 in the May run. Like the May Opex run, the entirety of the run, we hit 350. So, I mean, we're at a lower price point now. So like 300, 320 would be the peak if we were to mimic the entire run. Like, exactly. That's naive to think that DRS is still only 5 to 10%. Only time will tell. I said 5 to 12. I've always said that DRS has an effect. I just don't think it's greatly realized yet. It's also not the effect that people think it has, which is that it's going to somehow trigger this glorious moment of float registration where all the tendies rain down from the sky upon its staunchest believers and no one else, because only real GME shareholders are CS'd. Sounds biblical. Jeremy, I don't know how many times you're going to ask that after I already answered you, but it is likely that Citadel's agreement with their investors requires that charges be pressed, not just an investigation. Investigations happen all the time. We're a cult, so biblical is fitting. It's such an honor to be recognized as your most bullish viewer. I know, Velvet Jupiter, you truly don't care about the price. It's okay, Jeremy. Yeah, so likely that charges would need to be pressed for investors to be able to breach the agreement. And Kenny Boy makes his investors enough money that they'd probably be more than willing to assist in deferring that investigation as much as they could. Remember, if you're making people 30% a year, they will fucking do anything for you. That's power. You're all my most bullish viewers. There's a reason for them releasing that information. Yeah, because they want us to know that they're investigating so that they can say that they found nothing and we'll stop fucking buying the stock. That seems far more likely than they're actually going after criminals. If I send you a DRS hat, would you wear it on stream? Oh. I don't care if people DRS, but I'm not gonna fucking support it blindly. If GME issues a crypto dividend, is CS the best platform to receive it? I dream of Wu-Tang. I mean, they have to provide the dividend for all their shareholders. But yeah, probably. It's probably easiest to receive a dividend. You and 62.8 million other dividend receivers will have just so much value. They'll also have to assign a cash equivalency for any short positions. Bloomberg article is a false flag for inevitable price run. Yeah. Everyone really likes the term false flag lately. It's a ruse. I will never get tattoos, JC. I've never liked anything for long enough to put it on my body permanently. Your 100 shares act as the hedge. It's a secured contract. We're back on the dividend thing. Dude, Bastille Day is coming in quick. Are you ready? One day we'll log in the stream and Gherk will be like, haha, I'm 100% DRS, peace out, and never logs on again. I own enough of GameStop's free float that what I will do is wait till the borrow rate hits like 180%. Then I will lend Kenny all of my fucking shares, and then I'll DRS them. This is the way. It is hot, isn't it? Better watch out, Kenny. The only way I get a VWAP tattoo is if DFV also gets one. Just want to say thank you for the positive mindset you have. Was able to double down on the dip under 100, and now I have 300 shares and a reduced cost basis to almost half. Fuck yeah, dude. If Kenny G can make people do whatever he wants for 30%, what will I have to do for you if my options plays that you help me work out makes 500%? We'll talk about it. There'll be a dumpster. I just want him to get one with me. I'm scared. If you'll only get tattoos of things you've liked for a long time, sounds like the tattoo you'd ever get is a portrait of your own face. I've thought about that. And I almost did get a tattoo of my own face on my right shoulder. Thankfully, my friend who was less drunk than me at the time talked me down, but it was close. I had already paid. The worst part is tattoo artists in Vegas only give you half your money back if you change your mind. Is it overly pessimistic on something I can't possibly know? You can't possibly know. I've been bullish on DDSs because A, it's already done. B, they have 1/6 the float of GameStop. C, they have 40% more reported short interest. Bacon banjo. I know that GameStop's DRS rate is not above 50%. If I get a tattoo, it'll be my daughter's name, not a stock related one. Thanks for weighing in, Rowan Kitty. I appreciate it. I'll just get a I'll just get a tattoo of my name. And that way I can also tattoo the thing I care about most onto myself. Like a heart. With ETF FTDs coming in from Jan 5 through 7 landing on Opex, isn't that terrible timing for them? Yeah. Thoughts on Citadel being named in the DOJ investigation? I already said it earlier. Some intern's going to go to jail for 6 months. Minimum security prison. Some fines will be levied. No fault will be admitted, and life will move on. But most importantly, they'll come out and say that they've investigated and found whatever minimal evidence of illegal activity to satiate, no, slag our desire for justice, and then that'll be it. I only get face tattoos if they're more than more than 3 commas in my bank account. I think the reason you see people buying peaks and holding through December is a product of the lopsided way we discuss ups more than downs. Yeah. Didn't I say Slake? Did I say Slag? Slake. S-L-A-K-E. I mean, the pushback against DRS has been because of the people that are like so fucking DRS they won't listen to anything else. So I think that's more natural than the progression of the other bacon banjo. Tres Comas. Vic's so close to touching 30 again. I know. DOJ would be looking at evidence, see a do not touch button, look into it, and inadvertently start Moana. One of the agents was gonna trip over the short computer. People are repositioning for a shift in market trend. So the market's volatile. All over the place. Look at all the fucking earnings reports that are crashing 30, 40%. Or ripping the opposite direction. Would it be a good strategy to buy a near the money leap after Opex if this is the rug pull? Sure. If there is a rug pull, yeah. After you've confirmed a bottom. What level of the VIX do you think is critical? Holding above 30 is pretty significant. How much in the money is deep in the money calls? As you start to approach a delta of 1, those would be considered deep in the money. Very high delta calls. You want to see like a trend of stabilization at the lowest price point. I mean, you can probably recognize that trend fairly early. like we did here, and still get a good entry upon the realization. But yeah, you want to find a sturdy support. All the idiots saying, look, we're dropping on Opex. That's not the point. We typically run on the T+2. They'll just poke a hole in whatever you say and just like try to exploit that to push their narrative of options are evil. DRS is the only way. So the best thing you can do is ignore them. He has JFresh. Of course. Yeah, I'm a stream earnings. Where are your 0 DCEs? I didn't buy any. What I don't get is that half of these people could be using options to get cheaper shares to DRS. Shh. That's not how options work. Options are an unhedged risk that market makers take to generate liquidity for themselves. Right? Is that what they said? That's what they said. And so every time you buy an option, you create shorts. I'm sorry, I tried. I see your question, Stefan. I'm just ignoring it. You know my sweet spot, JFresh. It's charts that aren't made in MATLAB. It's like looking at a Windows 95 computer without any ability to control the contrast. And an old, like, broken CRT monitor. I have some openness to a locked float causing something due to CMKM since they were OTC delisted and GME isn't. But I'm glad DRS is slow. If it's locked fast to no effect, sell. Sorry I had to go see a man about a horse. Can you explain what you meant when you said FTDs coming due next week were a pretty big deal? Is that a good big deal or a bad big deal? A good big deal? They're not net long FTDs. It can help our price improvement. You know, CMKM was delisted and investigated for fraud, right? It was like never resolved. Any obligations that were due the stock were cleared away in the OTC markets, never to be seen again. Overnight maximum. Oof. 120, not our friend. You think there are factors that we aren't taking into consideration that can cause unexpected movements that will surprise us? There could be, but if there are, we don't know about them. You see that? He's donating $1 million to the Robin Hood charity? What? Now I'm just gonna MATLAB even harder. I know. Are you guessing they will fail to roll this quarter? You've been accurate so far. I don't know, actually. I don't think it's advantageous. I would say the likelihood of a roll is higher. No, they don't admit that the stock is lower since we started DRSing, which has nothing to do with DRSing, by the way, or options. Well, it might actually have something to do with options. But they just say things like, oh, imagine if you hadn't lost all that money in November and bought shares instead. But those shares would also have gone down $170. You know? That confuses me. In fact, if you'd bought an equivalent number of shares to the options leverage, you would have lost way fucking more money than you ever would have lost on options. Because options, you just pay the premium for leverage, which even for the most expensive options is cheaper than the market price of the stock. Seems to me you've lived your life like a green candle in the wind, never knowing which support line to cling to when the price sets in. Nice one, Kith. I think they're trying to keep us under 120 today to let more weeklies expire not in the money. Yeah, absolutely. 120 doesn't actually have that much OI, but 125 does, and they want to keep us away from that. No, I mean, it did follow the line, and then it broke down. That's the best part of TA. And now if we find if we recover, we can find a new trend, a new slower, shittier trend. Why would a VIX hold over 30 be more impressive? A VIX hold over 30 would be important because the VIX is over short and it can cause a squeeze. BTC quick TA. It's still dropping. It's recovering. No, it's just finding a new floor. This looks like its next accumulation level. So if you look at its previous accumulation level, down here, and then into Wyckoff distribution, and now it's coming back down. I guess it could come down as low as that. Maybe. It could also stabilize here. I mean, this is definitely an inflection point. If it stabilizes here at 40,000, then it's ready for, you know, a pretty decent move to the upside. But this will take some time to play out, it looks like. Unless there's a market crash or something. It hit way fucking oversold here. So I expect at least some recovery in the short term while it consolidates in this range before continuing down even further. If it were to continue down further, but it can also stabilize here. This is a good range for Bitcoin to stabilize in. Build up some accumulation and then move back up for more growth. Maybe even as high as it did. Yeah, it could get that high again. If we look at it out here on the weekly, I would almost say that this is the accumulation range for a move above 70,000, 69,000. But some time, it'll take some time. But there's a good long entry potentially. I don't dislike it. I might actually pick up a couple. You buy an option for 1K with cash and sell same day for 1.2, then buy another later that afternoon for another 1K. Will you get a GFE? Only if you sell the one that you buy later on the same day. I think without options, they wouldn't have had to have dipped the price so hard, and they could have let it run a little bit in December and January. But the massive options interest meant that they just absolutely could not allow the price of the stock to run in either of those windows. The exposure risk was way too high. Delta sensitivity was through the roof as we approached both of those expirations. And so the only option was to continue shorting. And yeah, so in a way, what's the power of DRS and other stocks? Where else has it caused a squeeze? Literally nowhere, ever. I don't believe in the power of DRS and DDS. I think DDS just has high short squeeze potential. Illiquidity is illiquidity, but they could also drop the price of DRS or DDS very rapidly due to that. Otherwise, I'd have all my money in DDS, wouldn't I? Do you think SLD is still going on and will be over shortly? And then we rise into end of day? Yeah, it's possible. I think we're going to come up more into the end of the day, but probably close out the day with those 125s out of the money. I don't think they want to push that OI into the money going into next week. It's buy under 432. That's kind of a big deal. No, it's got to go under 432, not at 432. You're wondering if you're trying to play the VIX over the weekend. Mondays are usually, I don't know. I wouldn't carry a VIX position through the weekend unless it was like long term and deep in the money. Is DDS holding against the market because of its dividend? No, it's holding against the market because there's no shares to trade and there's no options, which is one of the problems with DDS is that no one's touching it. Essentially, the ability for it to squeeze has been hampered by the fact that market makers just won't write contracts for it anymore. I know we got to get there first, but I'm super pumped for the stream next week when we fucking rip. I'm calling it now. We're going to break your tempered expectations. Thanks for everything, Gurk. Let's fucking go. Fuck yeah, man. I'm going to make a collage of everyone's gain porn and I'm going to post it everywhere. And I'm going to NFT it, tokenize it, and distribute it as a dividend. I don't know if they're gonna roll yet or not. We'll know after Opex. It's astounding to me how confident people are in SS about ideas that have no actual evidence or proof. Yeah, but I mean, that's just the internet, right? Like all of it. Thoughts on blueberry donuts? They can be okay. I don't know if my camera can capture this corner. Or can I go this way? Wow, I can go really far this way. Huh. You know, I really fucking should turn my camera. I didn't really notice how much of my face gets cut off until just now. Is this common? Am I doing this all the time? Like I'm just off screen? I should watch my own streams. I never claimed to be good at this shit. It was under 432. You're just 10 minutes behind chat. Oh, yeah. Well, see if the trend shifts. They're resale. Yeah, they're like a real estate company. And they're definitely undervalued. What happened to negative beta? I mean, we're sort of experiencing it on a shitty level. Yeah, I don't know if the Monday after SLD is going to be so bad for the market. Missing comments. I think I need to find a solution to trying to answer every comment and also keep up with chat because I am so fucking far behind. The weekly cap on SPX is 43.15, I believe, but I could be wrong. So we have room down, but not much. Do I have a favorite donut? I really like French crullers and like sugar yeasted donuts, like really fluffy ones. I, I'm very particular about the donuts I'll eat. What's that? Oh, those Polish fucking, I mean, I guess they're not actually donuts. Poxy or something. Those things are fucking awesome. Every day. Okay, well. Thoughts on the S22 Ultra? I don't really have any. Yes, you're a horrible streamer. I know. But I make up for it with my glowing personality. I didn't get a light box. No, I'm still just basically blinded. So I'm kind of locked into my falling 225s, down about 70%, and I can't afford later calls on my current position value. Hoping for a spike to sell today, but at work, just let them ride and pray. I I guess. God, why are people buying 225s? I'm disappointed. It causes havoc in the Louvre when there could be a great screen cap, but you're halfway out of the frame. Well, what was undervalued? Something real estate company? Dillard's. Price action on previous Mondays after SLD? I don't know. Go look, man. Why are you asking me? Just go fucking look at it. Poxky? I don't know how to pronounce it. Polish words don't make sense. $225s capture next week's move. No, as long as they're in the money. I mean, they do, but they're going to be fucking almost worthless by the time the stock moves, potentially. Like, if we move as late as Thursday, those calls are going to be, they're going to have to gain some serious fucking value to offset the theta loss. You think they're more likely to cover for Opex next week? Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and why? I would say Tuesday and Wednesday are the most likely. They don't like to cover towards the end of the week because it can create FOMO into extremely cheap options contracts, which is bad for them, right? Because that's exactly what raises gamma maximum. Fucking degenerates. I mean, I feel like that's exactly what they would say given the situation, right? Like when they run it at the end of the week, degenerates pile in and they lose shitloads of money. I don't think there's anything in the Dillards. I read the Dillards ED. There's not a lot there that I wasn't already aware of, especially in regards to its previous potential as a short squeeze. It still doesn't have the potential GameStop does. There's other issues there that are glossed over. But yes, it's a well done DD. I agree. If you don't know anything about Dillards, you should definitely check it out. Max Payne's at 125, delineated on the chart with that red line there. If you zoom super far out on the daily, just do this. That nothing's happened. All right, I think we found another floor for this fucking thing. I wonder if this is just going to drag out until CNS is over. That's where I'm going to put the end of this. Right there. Kolash? What's that? Why is everyone talking about squeezing dullards? I don't know. You think it would? I mean, that would be the change in business strategy into the future. Timothy Franklin would be, oh, we fucked up. Let's not do that again. The other change that would occur if MOASS were to happen would be a political and financial industry backed push to get retail out of options. Creating restrictions on who can trade them. Have you had pressed duck? Has Trash Banana been talking again? Always with a kiss and tell, Trash. Unbelievable. Hey, we broke up. Kolachi? Why isn't it just spelled that way then? What is it? Someone explain it to me in detail. Ban options? I mean, yeah, that's what they're gonna push for. Not ban them, but restrict them to like higher value accounts. Get them out of the hands of degens, essentially. A Polish donut? Isn't that a Poxki or whatever the fuck it's called? Kolochi? Kolaksky are the little cookies. Poxki are the donuts. That's what I thought. I know this because I have them in my fucking kitchen. I haven't eaten any of them and they got kind of stale, but pierogi? No, that's like a little dumpling. Bruh, I'm Polish and you're butchering it. Bro, I'm not and I don't care. Last year, following Feb Opex, price only continued to climb until huge ups from March futures roll. Do you expect that again this year, or a big drop between Opex and futures? I have no idea if they're going to roll or not yet. We have to wait. We have to wait and find out. It has a lot to do with the extent of their exposure currently. If we saw another roll, that would reignite a lot of feelings in me that I haven't had for a long time. Why do you believe MOASS is still possible this late in the game? They've had plenty of time to slowly exit these positions. I'm aware. It's tough because you can't have a conversation about it, Zap. Do I agree that the MOASS, as it is perceived, is something that can happen to GameStop? Possibly, but it would mean that there's way more missing from our current understanding, like beyond any of our own, but beyond any analysis or data we have available to us. There's significantly larger positions being moved around, unseen anywhere, for that to be like fully realized. But I think its potential for a short squeeze that could turn into something more is high, right? And so I think the potential for a short squeeze in GameStop remains, but if that will then lead to MOASS, that's, I mean, maybe. That'll depend on how much has been pulled out, right? And that's not something we can really pin down. And to even have a conversation about it, like a real conversation, is just met with FUD and shill and burn the witch. What you said about banning options just got proposed by the Fed. Unusual Whales just tweeted about it. That's for like the Fed employees, because of the scandal that just happened where they said they were going to stop trading and they continued trading. Who's thinking of banning options and why? They'll push for it. They've already pushed for it in the House Financial Services Committee hearings. There's a almost unilateral push to prevent retail investors from quote unquote hurting themselves. And it's important to them to control what we can invest in and how we can invest in it. Because retail piling into GameStop and AMC and all these stocks over the last year has taught them a lesson that leveraged retail is very dangerous for their risk models and unpredictable, which is not something that they are fond of. I mean, you're talking about swaps, Nathaniel, not that. An ISDA is just an agreement that lets you trade those swaps. It's an agreement between you and a prime. This is bullish as fuck. That was on almost no volume. Wait, is that seriously 300 volume candle? Hold on. Okay, 12,000. That's still. Very nice. Look at this bullish shit. The boring part's over, guys. If we squeezed just the current reported, if the current reported SI were to squeeze, we would rip far beyond 350. What's the SI at right now? 20%? Yeah, it would go way beyond 350. But the point is these events stack and they improve the probability of the following event occurring. You know, you need those FTDs to pile up. You need some sort of pressure applied to them in order for them to be force closed and not just netted off through CNS. You know, and that's going to drive price action and volatility, and then that drives these Volga-Vana squeezes and the variance positions. Like we've talked about this before, and once that massive churning of call and put contracts starts happening, that then improves the odds for a gamma squeeze occurring. And then if a gamma squeeze is ever realized, then a true short squeeze could happen. And at that point, our price would already be so high that a short squeeze may have already started, right? And we're just not aware of it yet. But all of that has to happen before MOASS, right? All of these things have to align, and they have to align in a way different than last January. They have to align in a way where, you know, retail's able to cause a gamma squeeze, because institutions aren't going to do it for us, right? And that's tricky. I personally felt depressed this month, but I have realigned my goals, make money, long-term outlook, considering in the money leaps. Awesome, Chappy Seki. I'm glad to hear it, man. Is the Tuesday after SLD where the SPY gets hit the hardest? Or is the SLD... No, SLD usually carries into Friday, and then the market bounces back the next week. No, there was just... the market was just dropping during SLD in January. So it was already going down. SLD just accelerated it. Yeah, you'd halt on the way down the same way as on the way up. I mean, the most likely criminal activity that occurred last January was the turning off of the buy button. And even that is, you know, was within Apex's right to shut Robinhood off for not having enough money. Robinhood was presenting an extreme amount of risk to the clearinghouse, so they shut him down. Was that a planned move? Possibly. You know, but very hard to prove that. I think they've tried, right? Didn't they dig into like Vlad's phone or some shit? Because I mean, you know, to prove these things, they need to build a case that's going to hold up in court. The court of public opinion doesn't matter. I'm not saying the chances of MOASS are low. I'm saying that the idea of MOASS comes after so many other events that, like, constantly talking about it almost generates like FUD, because you ignore it drives ignorance into what's going on in the near term. So as awesome as it is, and as cool of like a thing to think about, it also just drives like tons of misinformation behind it. Like these ideas that, you know, we're going to destabilize the global economy and crash the value of the dollar. And then in which case, if that were to occur, what would be the fucking point of all of this? If the entire financial system collapses because of a short squeeze, no one's won anything. The world would fall into ruin and millions would die. But then we'll have a whole bunch of useless money. Incorrect, Dan. Paper. Not even paper. Digital balances of nothing. Sounds pretty rad. Tristan or Trash? Sorry, I was moving too quick. I've got a fast mouth and Trash was just too much to say at the time. I mean, abso-fucking-lutely. At some point, there would be government intervention. If everyone's holding, right, and no one's selling, you know, like 90% of the fucking float locked, and the price of this stock is hitting hundreds of thousands of dollars a share, they're gonna shut it the fuck down because they're not gonna risk their entire system. So they would rather individually line us all up, every GME shareholder in the world, and take them out than let the entire global economy that's built on the back of the dollar collapse. We have started wars for far less. If you're gonna clip this, clip with full context. I can already feel a mob forming. I don't give a shit. I'm so fucking over any of their opinions at this point. I'm holding my tongue on the fast mouth. I said it on purpose. I'm saying MOASS, as it's envisioned and built up to be, is highly unlikely. I'm saying that it generates a false narrative of reality that people are starting to like. I mean, it's always been cool, like, yeah, we're gonna squeeze and shoot to the moon and awesome, right? And get rich. And I'm all about that part. But like the other aspects that have started to be built on top of it, I'm not fucking interested in. It's a short squeeze. If it happens, it happens. MOASS, good potential, infinity pool, horseshit. Exactly. Yeah, $65 million floors and all that. It's not bearishness. I've never been more bullish on GameStop. I've spent 10 fucking months of my life doing this. And it's not because I don't like the stock. What I don't like is what people try to make. They try to make it into something it's not, and make up events that'll never happen. Everything gets blown out of proportion in this fucking echo chamber that gets built. Who even came up with the idea of the infinity pool? Oh, it was some fucking idiot DD forever ago. And then nothing has evolved with the data. Everything's stayed, like, all the opinion has stayed the same as it's been since Adabit was fucking copying Trimbath's book. I'm fine, Bo Bandy. What rank were you in TFT? Diamond? A realistic goal for MOASS is to see a fucking short squeeze first. Like, you know, if you spend all your time looking at the sky while you're walking around, you're going to get run over by a fucking car. DGAZF was an ETN and you can't generate FTDs on it. It's a totally different fucking scenario. It's an exchange traded note. And it was essentially ripped from the market, which caused a flash squeeze. I'm not stopping anything. I'm going to continue to put out the information I put out because it does educate investors and it does teach them things. If I'd never made a prediction this entire time, I think I still would have provided value to thousands. And don't forget that, you know, for the people that have been burned on predictions, a lot of people have made a shitload of money off of them. I mean, no. A MOASS-like event could hit $50 million a share, but there's not going to be anybody left. Like 0.00001% of current shareholders would still be fucking holding at that point. Nothing unlocks liquidity in a stock like the price rocketing up. Everybody, no matter how strong their will see numbers like that, and everything else just will fall away. Believe me. Counter-Strike is better. Fight me. I mean, not even. It's just not comparable. One is not the same as the other. Admittingly late to the game on your stream, but have you in the background during work now as a game changer? You're the only one who keeps it real, and people need to appreciate that. Go back to SS for their fix of hopium. It's not that there's no hope or it's a lost cause. I mean, GameStop's the entire reason this play is possible is because of GameStop's core value and its future valuations, right? Like, this company has fucking potential. Without that, there would be nothing here. You know? If GameStop was the company that it was 2 years ago, before Burry bought in, this would be a fucking waste of everybody's time. Citadel would have flipped their positions and fucking just sold covered calls like they do on AMC. MOASS was so close in June, but Cohen did a share offering. It's sad, but that's when we lost MOASS. Until that, it could have been ours. I agree to some degree. I agree that our price action would have continued had there not been a share offering. We would have been weighted way more heavily in the ETFs we were placed in after the rebalance. Our potential in the short term would have been much greater, but had the share offering not been done, the potential in the long term would have been far less. So you have to understand that Ryan Cohen is not the Lord and Savior. He's bought and is building a valuable company. That's his MOASS, right? It's not even that, seemingly. It's the multiplicative effect of shareholding. You know, if you have 1,000 shares and we hit $100,000, you are generationally rich already. It's like, I mean, I've said this a lot in the past. If we ever did squeeze to those levels, the people left at the top would be the ones with the least shares, because the incentive to sell would not weigh on them as heavily. I don't think the government will jump in because no one will buy back into the market. What? You know, just as much as the government has to protect the investor, most of the largest participants in the market care about the government protecting the integrity and the structure of the market. Like, big funds and governments care far more about the structure of the market being protected than the realization of value by an individual shareholder. So that's just another one of many false dichotomies that have come from this. What happened to Grizzled and Ecstasy? I don't know what happened to Ecstasy, and I know what happened to Grizzled, but sort of. He pops in once in a while. See you on Tuesday. Not less bullish on a squeeze, less bullish on the magnitude. But it's still an unknown. I'll admit that. But you also can't make all your assumptions based on an unknown. I just want my March 11 165 calls to print. Yeah. What would realize more gains, generally speaking? VIX options or the SPY, for example? I mean, in the event of what, Maximum? You're really on this VIX kick today. Thank you, Han. I've said before, I'll say it again. Wise Pickle once said, I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is I see weird shit happening with GameStop. And from my experience, when you see weird shit, it's usually the place to be. Riku. Thanks, New Uptown Disciple. I get RC did the offering for the long term, but he killed MOASS in its crib. MOASS was a once ever and now a once never due to him, unfortunately. I don't agree that it can't happen. I mean, there's still evidence that they're hedging large total return swaps. And Mauer did a great DD on it last night. So there's still a big fucking negative position on GameStop out there. But the problem is it's given them so much time to reposition. And will we be able to unlock the value stashed there? Essentially. Because they don't care, Smooth. That's why. If we're talking about unknowns, then DRS comes up in this argument. It doesn't. DRS is a known, has known effects. Floats have been DRS'd before to no avail. So DRS would have to disprove the negative. Not that it can't, but it's an uphill battle. What did I miss today? Causing tilted people. I'm fired up. Benjamin Graham, Jesse Clark. I love how your practical logic-based perspective on the realistic parameters of this situation is looked at like Gherkin and its viewers are all shills. Fucking comical ignorance. Yeah. It's also just a large contingent of people that want to be right, but their only claim to being right is just saying someone else will be wrong and not actually having provided anything themselves. Which is why basically all the DD writers have left Super Stonk. Dude, I almost strictly listen in only at work, but I took the day off, and by God, you are handsome. Do you need anyone else in the harem? You can get on the waiting list. What is the likelihood they're covering Opex on the upticks today? Slim. I mean, I think the benefit for them today is to drive 125 and 130 zero DT options out of the money, which they have succeeded at. Reaffirm your love for feces and we shall MOASS. Whoa, morbid stream. Who dies? Who died? Mark Scarlett, don't act like you've been coming here for me to confirm your fucking bias for 10 months. See you on Tuesday, Viewopopotamus. Does anybody have a decent theory on where the short interest went last Feb into big total return swaps? I can't really cover them right now, Sean McHenry, but if you want to DM me, I can send you some literature on like covered call strategies. That are safe and will not get your shares assigned. Members only stream will be Monday, but I'll do it later in the afternoon in case people are working. And I'm going to open it to everyone this week. Again. With Opex coming up, I think basically the discussion is going to be entirely focused on GameStop. So but what wouldn't lead to a price run next week? What could have happened that they dodged it? I guess if there's a margin call or XRT blows up. Yeah, I can. Stefan. Fucking pain in my ass. What kind of shill is this? Providing free knowledge to the poor is What's your opinion of CFDs? Would you ever? I mean, they're just a leveraged position, right? Yeah, throwaway lurker stuff's pretty good. I've think I've read some of Peruvian Bulls DD, but now I can't remember. I'll be honest, I don't really pay attention to the author unless it's actually good. If you don't run next week, are you changing your entire philosophy with your shares? I mean, if we don't run next week at all, like if we see no price improvement from Opex, yeah, I'm gonna start moving into like a managed cover call strategy. Also, probably cash secure puts, which means we might get a bit of a change of scenery on the stream, as I will probably be using a different brokerage for margin positions. Yep. Why are we letting the poors into the country club? They make the place smell poor because they have every right to the same knowledge about their investment that you do. Go up, down, Cyple. I heard Pigeon Wells are planning to boycott the weekend stream if you allow the poors to view it. Darth Dan is rounding them up for a non-emergency meeting. It's okay. We're still not letting the poors talk. God, it's not gonna turn it into some kind of free for all. But they can watch from outside the fence. Is it worth buying into a penny stock to sell CCs, CSPs to slowly grow a small account? I mean, yeah, you can. They tend to be very volatile and unpredictable, though. I know, but can we like hit them with the hose or something before they walk in at least? I mean, that you guys can figure that out. Madonaris, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man.
Welcome to Cornishon.
We're looking good. Where's my bullish breakout indicator for CNS? Okay, this is done. What time is that? 14:50? That's close enough. I'll just put a line. Just put a line at CNS. That's all. Boom. Am I still shadow bound, or did you read and say, not now, Ben Shaft, you've had better? What? If there is a God, he must repay you for all the good you're doing for free to this community. There isn't, and I'll fade it into obscurity, but I'm okay with that. Honestly, to be honest, I prefer it when us poors can't enter the chat. A lot of us are shills. portfolio is green, 250, and a Guitar Center has a mini keyboard on sale for that price. Gonna enjoy the weekend with my new toy. Happy President's Day, y'all. Thanks. Happy President's Day. Something I should note that presents a higher likelihood of a run on Tuesday than any other day. European markets continue to be open Monday, and that can create an arbitrage situation that has to be cleared the next day, and that jump in price action can put pressure on the outstanding obligations. If shooting starts in the Ukraine, do you see SPY 400, VIX 50, or more like VIX 100 events? Hard to say how the market would react. It's not necessarily going to react negatively. It will just react. I'm spending my free super chat to compel you to acknowledge my custard French toast question. What else do I need to know? Is custard bread same as puts or garage as shares? Casserole dish covered in garage? Oh, but Bandy, you've been at the liquor again, huh, buddy? You can watch, but you can't talk. Is the Pigeon Wheel channel my wife? Rhino, MOASS is the probability of MOASS fluctuates at any given time. Currently, none. We're trading at $122. If we hit 400, we'll talk about it because it starts to come into play. If we traded at $120 for the next 5 years, the probability of MOASS would remain non-existent. A short squeeze is, especially one of that magnitude, has to be catalyzed, and right now the catalysts are insufficient. I've been coming here every summer of my adult life, and every summer there she is, oiling and lotioning and oiling. I can't take it anymore. I feel this is how the poorest feel outside the fence, like squints with Wendy's fur corn. What? What happens at the yellow line? Which one? This one? This is when I'm gonna change the color of it so we can describe it better. This is when CNS ends. Whoops, I overdrew my checking account buying calls. Is this the same as margin? It's way more expensive. Does Sens being at a 52-week low make you any more or less bullish on your indicator? I can't understand why the price would be that low after their recent approval. I mean, it means that my indicator was right on the first half of price action. How can I have your eyebrows? You can't. Fidelity has a full unskippable ad on my stream. I don't even have unskippable ads turned on. I turn those off because they're annoying. Pfeffercorn? Sandlot reference? Baseball is unpopular. I mean, I'm not a big sports ball of types fan. No, I've never liked baseball. I always thought it was boring. I hated playing it. If no increase during Opex, can I fire you as my financial advisor? No, because you never hired me in the first place. Yeah, this looks fairly passive. I would say that this is just us moving with the market, but this is bad for the shorts if the market continues to move. If we cross 125 and start putting that OI in the money, it's not good for them next week. They went to some effort today to ensure that that wouldn't happen. Watching these past 3 years has been the best time of my life. Rude. How would you differentiate between a short squeeze and MOASS? It seems like you're saying these would be two different types of events. It's not that they'd be two different types of events, but shorts have to start being squeezed before we realize this like 300% of the float short phenomena, right? So yeah, first the shorts need to start being squeezed. MOASS is far beyond just a short squeeze, right? Like the ideology there, it's not just any short squeeze. It's the short squeeze. The short squeeze to end all short squeezes. A short squeeze where a rehypothecated float is covered hundreds of times over. That's a bit different than a short squeeze. What do you think will happen after CNS today? No idea, but I'm stoked. 30-minute Mac flipped green. Listed you as my medical proxy. You know you still get 85% upvotes on Superstock, which is good. Yeah, I know. The people that bitch in the comments are like the same 10 or 12 people every day, and they're just responding to each other and upvoting each other's shit. And it is just shit. Isn't a Tesla type perpetual motion squeeze a thing, a possibility? Yeah, no, not really. The Tesla squeeze was weird, right? So you had the original short positions squeezed out, right? But then you kept getting new short positions that then thought the company was way over fucking valued, which it is or was for a bit. It still is. And so every time the shorts would get squeezed out, new shorts would pile in and then they'd get squeezed out. And so it's not really the same as like what we think the situation on GameStop is, right? Here we're looking at like a cemented long, so this would be like the initial part of the Tesla squeeze. We're looking at this like cemented long short position. Also, Tesla has a massive float, which is, so it's not really comparable in so many ways. Worst shorts squeezed out of Tesla? Yes. Is it the same as this? Not at all. What about 2-4 call options? 3-4? Close to the money, but out of the money. Will theta decay be massive from Friday to Monday? For the following week, not that bad. It'll be shitty, but not that bad. What are you doing, Moon? Did you fucking... Fuck yeah, man. Nice. Wait, what age did you buy them for? Oh, you fucking greedy son of a bitch. Oh, I thought they were March 18s. Why you do? You're a sick fuck, Moonwin. I thought AMC was MOASS. All the new content creators that have been trading for 52 weeks told me so. What a joke. Love you, Pickles. Thanks, John Jar Binks. They haven't even been trading for 52 weeks yet, have they? Is it Jimmy's best interest not to have the MOASS? I don't think they care one way or the other. It's not good for them to have one, and it doesn't hurt them to kill the shorts, right? I guess it would weigh a little more towards getting the shorts off the stock, but in like a very non-interactive way. There's only one confirmed way to get shorts off of your stock, and that's to fucking make it not worth shorting, right? Shorts don't like to pile into companies that have long-term success and consistent value generation. It's just not worth it. What do you mean loyal investor base? You're talking about like fucking customers? You could buy everything that GameStop sells in a year and really just not generate that much value for the company. It'd be a hell of a PR event. And their perception in the market would, if MOASS occurred, would remain forever as the company that crushed the shorts. But that's other, stuff. Stock loan recall, check Discord. What? Where? Which? You can't just say check Discord and then I don't know where I'm going. Check this out. A recall event can arise because in a standard loan agreement, beneficial owners of securities retain the right to terminate agreement at will without penalty. Such a termination forces short sellers out of their positions prematurely and may undercut their profits. Consider a short seller who receives a reliable negative signal on a stock at time T1. If not for the recall risk, the short seller would be able to reap the full benefits of this information advantage by shorting the stock and holding it until time T3. when the stock price fully adjusts to the low firm fundamentals. However, if lenders of the stock learn about stock overvaluation at some immediate time, T2, before the price fully corrects, they can recall and sell the stock to reduce losses in their long portfolios. The short seller's profit is therefore the stock price difference between time T1 and time T2, while remaining price difference between times T2 and 3 is the loss avoided by an informed lender. The following case serves as an illustration. In the second week of November 2014, Interactive Brokers issued a series of recall notices to its clients, also called buy-ins, see Appendix 1, automatically closing their short positions in the GoPro stock. Between that date and the middle of March 2015, the GoPro stock price declined by almost 50% from about 79 to 40. In theory, a reliable signal on the stock's poor prospects received by a short seller at the beginning of October when GoPro was trading at its peak valuation of $90 would have generated significant profits. In reality, such a position was difficult to sustain until March 2015 because of the recall pressure from institutional lenders who anticipated poor future stock performance several months before the stock price reached the bottom. This alert is to inform you that share recall B. Okay, so this is the GoPro day of the recall notice. This doesn't look bullish, turd. It seems pertinent. Do you want to weigh in more? Like, what's your take on this? You think a share recall was issued last March and that's what drove price action? Or share recalls were issued during the Opex run of last March and last June? May? Yeah, I mean, it's not, well, it is. Whole paper's bullish. Okay, well, give me the bullish part. Because the thing here is like this kind of just backs up the assumption that lenders will pull their stock back if they want to sell. Which is accurate, but how many like actual long shares of GameStop are held by lenders outside of ETFs? I'm messing with Boom Hunter and throwing up a ton of overbought signals. That fucking indicator is meh. It's okay. It's a day trade indicator, and it's supposed to define entries and exits. I don't like it as even a swing trade indicator. It's just an RSI with a slow and a fast moving average, essentially. It was Melvin's first short. Interesting. It could drive renewed interest by institutions. It's just like a premium oscillator, which generally are as big of a ripoff as trading seminars. No matter how good an oscillator is, it will never predict the future. there are some professional tools available. Well, not available, that have some degree of accuracy, like a guaranteed back-tested degree of accuracy, but you really don't have access to those. They require far more data than you're gonna get in something like TradingView or WeBull or Fidelity. I need to know more. Nothing's supposed to happen today, Gaff. Stop being a bear today. All right? Just be neutral. Everything's supposed to happen next week, and you goddamn well know it. Everything aligns on the squeezes. That's what a squeeze does to oscillators. Or let's not call them squeezes, but run-ups. Because oscillators are reverse looking. So MACD, TTM, BBKC, ADX plus DMI, all of them show bullish signals when the stock's running. And they all show bullish signals now because we're $20, $40 up from our low a couple weeks ago. Well, 30-ish, but so basically oscillators are Captain Obvious indicators. When using combination with under indicators for confirmation, it can be a useful tool. I don't put a lot of faith into oscillators. It's been inaccurate most of this week, right? I'm still waiting on the breakout of 137, which will come, but next week. I mean, it's still just ultimately RSI with moving averages. No, I didn't move my camera. It worked for everything. Worked for every single GME run so far. You want me? I can review them with you. Let's go out to the daily, and we'll get base. Let's start with DMI. So every single run, GMI threw a flip signal, and then ADX started to increase. Right. March or June. This was the only one that threw it late. Like February was the only one that threw it late. But we were moving towards the flip signal. The trend wasn't strong though, but the trend picked up here into the rest of March. Even in January, the flip signal on ADX came way before the squeeze. And we're throwing one now again. We're a positive trend with improving ADX. We can look at MACD. MACD is crossed and flipped to the upside every single time in advance of the run. Cross, run, cross, run. MACD throws false signals, but they're brief, and it's always when the MACD is in the negative. March, June, January. What else? That's sufficient. I don't need to dig into this anymore. There's already mathematical proof that the vast majority of GameStop's volume comes from delta hedging. So unless the oscillator tracks open interest, it's not going to accurately predict price. The biggest gap is at 290, and gaps don't always fill. The problem with technical analysis is all the time in between. Like when all our signals flip bullish here and there's no realized run, or here, or here. So technical analysis works to a point, but do you have any thoughts on this Opex being the first one after a 20-day uptrend? Has it been 20 days since our low? $15? I think this is just a repeat of what we saw here. $11? I mean, November was longer. Right? That was our low. No, that was our low. So November 20 trading days? What's our current one? See, I mean, you're like a penny off, but this is 19. So this is just the same as November, right? We're entering T+2 in the same exact window. If you count the low and not the double bottom, like from the double bottom, which is definitely within range. There, that's enough information for your next video. You should be good. But Opex wouldn't be a one-day move up. It usually isn't. After MOASS, I'm gonna have random shirts like Mr. Boom or Table Guy. I'm concerned that the move from 90 to 130 was Opex hedging. Any validity to that, or is it just FTD window? FTDs are elevated. Most of the movement we saw in the last several trading days can be accounted for due to continuous delta hedging based on price improvement, which was kickstarted with that final day of FTDs on the 8th. The days after Opex, the only way we're going to see continuation of price action after Opex is if there is exposure that needs to be covered and there's an entropy swap in place to protect them. Otherwise, it's going to play out the same way August and November did. What delta range do you recommend purchasing leap calls? 6 months. I mean, that's going to be based entirely on your own risk and your own assessment of future valuation, Stefan. There's no easy answer there. I have no idea how much risk you want to take. Like, would you see value on a 0.3? Sure. but you'd probably more likely see it on 0.5 or 6. Maybe you don't have high risk tolerance. I have no fucking clue, man. Financially advise us, bro. I'm just gonna go get a real job, Gaff, and get 8%. Plus bonuses. Gaff, can you actually send me the link to that? So when people ask me, I can send it to them. If you get a chance. Please help me understand. I believe you said that a market crash could wipe out the open run. If market closes today without a crash, we're good. Putin is clear to invade tomorrow. Let's fucking go. James Roland, same like Pi-Fi. Imitation's the greatest form of flattery. Thanks, dude. If he's just trying to learn, then that's going to lead investors into the same bad decisions, terrible decisions that Warden did. Dude, learning from the best and then just copying them are two different things. All right, I appreciate what you're doing and I get it, but you're just rehypothecating other people's DD in order to generate a following, and it's very obvious. Borderline plagiarism. I mean, you credit people, but not all the time. Now you're making videos explaining shit that's already been explained on Superstock instead of just linking the original DD. It's smart. I won't say it's not. DRS don't talk about options. It's a good angle. Start explaining how options benefit retail. Yeah, not yet. Wait. I think it's what. Are James Rollins same like Andrew Money? I mean, he's here. He can answer it himself. Thanks, Gaff. I hope to break that. You can't break the option stigma by not discussing it, dude. Also, can we talk about this shit while you're here? Because this is just like, you say you're a fan, but I've never seen you on the Discord or on the YouTube stream before like the last 2 weeks. Like, what the fuck, dude? At least write your own fucking channel introduction. Don't just copy and paste mine and insert different words. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'd be way more cool with you if you weren't doing shit like this. Like, I don't care if you want to start a fucking YouTube and talk technical analysis. But don't just use my stream to drum up support so you can just mimic what I do. I swear I never even. You're right. Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all. You just word for word copied what I said with like 3-4 different words out of the blue. Like, that shit will get you failed in English class, man. I, I was cool outside of that, but like I'll help you learn analysis or with your predictions or whatever, or tell you where options weigh in. I don't mind sharing knowledge, but that's not fucking cool, man. And don't go making videos about other people's fucking theories. Link them to them. That's shitty. Other people who put that effort and work in deserve the credit for it. Thanks, sweet and sour. I know you steal my TA all the time, turd. I steal your TA and theories and post them on Facebook. This is it. CNS is going to end. at this estimated time. Gaff, can you explain to me why the ending time for CNS is an estimate? Like the official ending time is about 3:10. It's like they don't even give a shit. What will I say today is we only saw them do one fairly large short at the 10:30 volume candle. Biggest of the day, all market tracking after that. They aren't shorting much. I mean, they shorted a lot earlier. They bought a shitload of in the money puts, but they expire at the end of today, right? So they want to sell them for profit at the bottom, and that pressure is going to relieve in the latter half of the day. And as long as they can keep these 125 options out of the money, they're happy, right? Just a little below max span. He's spying Sam like Clinton. Let's fucking go. Bullish as fuck for this week. Opex will be our week to shine. Take profits, post gains, and fuck the bears. Thanks, Gherk, for showing us the way. No problem, man. Orchitone, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude.
Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
Wait, when is CNS? 10 minutes every Friday? No, it starts at 8 a.m. and ends at around 3:10. He changed his bio? Whatever. Keep shining, Gary. Thanks, Dominic. Did Roland reply or just dip? He said he never saw it before and dipped. Can't believe someone's been kirking it. As you know, the markets are boring as fuck today. We should really be spending this time discussing important things like how to make the perfect panini, or maybe tactics of kind of how to hold your own against those pesky TGI Fridays employees. Anyway, have a good one. Thanks, Jeff the Privileged. I think the best way to keep the TGI Fridays late night security staff from touching you is to get fully naked and douse yourself in blue curacao. I've said too much. Did they sell you the Four Loko? No. CNS used to be 3 cycles a day. I mean, the most recent information I could find on the end time for CNS said 8 a.m. 8 a.m. to 3:10 p.m. for the day cycle. And then I can't remember the night cycle right now off the top of my head. It's at night, 8 p.m. to something. you supposed to dip the potato skins in sour cream before you beef them, or no? Probably make it easier. Hello, fellow Nickels. My name is JFI, and this is Nickel Financial. I'm your host, twerking it with working it. Let's go to the charts. Oh, look. It's Frybrush for MOASS. Do you think any of those rules had to do with GME? Like the DCCC and OCC and NSCC rules? No, I mean, yes, but they more had to do with ensuring that something like last January didn't happen again. I don't need to try. Slippery hamster. James Roland TA Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man meme. Minus the options. Is the red line the one James Roland crossed? Yes. Can you roast me next or show the wrist? Your choice. I remember my first time using Fiverr for boosting social media presence. James Roland is my alt. Sorry, dude, get fucked. I fucking knew it, turd. Yeah, I saw Tanksimus. Going into next week around 120, what is your conservative target? Still 150-ish price improvement? Thanks. I've said that I think I covered this in a couple of clips too. Our gamma maximum is in the like 148 to 160 range. We can peak with volatility above that, possibly as high as 180, but it's unlikely we would sustain prices that high. So the majority of our volume throughout a run would probably trade between 140 and 160. No, the trade's settled. What is it? What is it about CNS that people don't understand? The last part of that is settled. Continuous net settlement. That means it's settled. It nets and then settles obligations. Seems like they're taking out money and not giving anything in return. No, they settle it. I mean, a short is still settled with a long. A long is settled with a short. It just clears. It maintains balance. Isn't it interesting that the last time NSE was closed, German markets open, we rise like $5 to $10 the whole day without short hedge fuckery? It would be great to see that Monday again, except on Tuesday. XRT has 21,049 puts closing in the money today. I think we'll see some movement next week. Yeah, I do. I do think we're going to see movement next week. I see. So the 310 timing is because the activity statements are expected to be filed by 3:30, so they can provide a completed day cycle settlement activity report by market close. Okay, that makes sense. So it's just like the actual activity on CNS is shut off at 3:10, but they have an additional 20 minutes to finish filing the statements. The new channel is School of Stock. Pigeon Teeth from OS. It doesn't have a lot of content because I'm not good with the videos. It takes me an undue amount of time to create one. Adam Aaron, I thought he donated shares to charity. He just sold them and donated the money to charity. That guy's like an endless fountain of liquidity. I've recently been making videos for another financial advisor, but he appears to have gone AWOL. Do you have any jobs available? What to consider when purchasing? No, I think going into options pricing and Greeks is probably a better place. If sold for charity means he actually care for retail, he's so good to the people. What percent of your options holdings do you have in March 11 calls? None. Literally zero. What's your thoughts on the book Trading Options Greeks? I don't know if I've read it. I don't have any. Doesn't sound familiar. Take my Feb 18 510 will go in the money today. You've been asking me that all week. The School of Stock stream card title should be Get Him to the Greeks. It's interesting. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Oh shit. I was just reading what Gaffer wrote about the CNS timings. Don't worry, no one missed anything. We're good. 120. $2 loss on the day. It's not a big deal. You check out a brand new YouTube channel, Academy of Stock. Our analyses tend to line very closely, and I think you might enjoy. Actually, the content is essentially the same. Mine just trails yours by about 8 hours. Maybe even link it to your stream. Thanks, Sweet and Sour. Cat looking to touch 190. Yeah, it's dipping. I'm excited. I think this might be like its last little bit of accumulation before it starts to break up. So if I can get like a test here at like 89, I'm all right with that. And I need more water. One sec. Collab with Surgemeister. I don't have the patience. What? Fuck no. Kirk selling Jimmy block trades for BlackRock and Morgan's dark pool. You weren't wrong about institutions having too much control of BBIG. 0.01 barcoding for long periods of time all day. High frequency trading. We'll be posting a summary of this week and what to expect after Opex. Thanks for everything. I will. So more VUP next week with no pre-hedging. Doesn't look like they're getting a lot of hedging done today. Favorite options calculator? I mean, I like Option Strat because they have an app for your phone. And it's just easier than having one open on my desktop. But most of them are solid. I would say Option Strat's like the most UI friendly. Why do we have these quarterly run-ups? Is there so much exposure from quarterly options? And do the stocks run the same amount? Do other stocks run the same amount like GME? Not the same. Other stocks run, but yeah, not to the same degree. GameStop's massive retail ownership makes it far more volatile. Are we on SSR? I don't think we're on SSR. Roll my 225s? I rolled them this morning. SPY volume spiking. If it was SLD, we should see SPY kind of like move up pretty hard into close. I fucking rolled my Feb 18s in January. Are you still holding March? Yeah, basically everything in March. Nope. Not basically. Everything in March. I have April 200s and 510s. Gaff, I warn you now, don't engage in conversation with Smooth. He's probably high right now. It's not gonna go well. His name is not just a moniker.
Why are you mad at people copying you? Because it's disingenuous. I'm not really mad at it. It's just the ridiculousness of it. If you have something to bring to the table, bring it to the table. If you don't bother. We worried that the post-market run they had earlier about the marketplace was them internalizing a lot of the Opex run. I think it was just hedging for the massive exercise that occurred on 1/6. I don't know what Charlie's doing. I don't care. That's a cardinal rule. Don't plagiarism. Yeah, right? Can't be worse than denied. He is. He actually is. If he's high. If he's sober, it moves pretty cool. But when he gets high, oh boy. It's worse than drunk denied. Only option strat can place orders. You end up rolling your April calls of no price action or let them die. No, I'll sell them. I have no intention of carrying anything. I pretty much have no intention of carrying anything beyond Opex. If I have some super deep in the money shit, I'll hold off. I'll hold it for the potential for us to continue running into the CME rollover date. But if I don't see a strong indication of stabilized price action, yeah, closing it all. I can always buy back in if it starts to run again. It's pretty crazy how you know it on high. It's because the questions you ask become infinitely stupider. Did you know any of your mods or people on here IRL before all this started? Nope. Say what you will. High Smooth is an amazing foil for you on the stream. Hours of entertainment watching you grapple with sheer stupidity throws at you. How come we're so disconnected with AMC today? Our CEO didn't sell 1 million shares of stock. August, Opex action lasted 4 to 5 days. Do you think that's a standard pattern? So if there's high OI, so a lot of the OI in November got burned off. I should probably explain this to people. I was gonna write a little bit about it, but it's easier to do it here. So a lot of our November's options exposure was burned off here on November 3rd on the run. So people that were holding contracts for the quarter, a lot of them sold here. So November didn't have a lot of options exposure to continue price action. But what you see in August is that the realization of all this gamma exposure, as most of the calls for August were being held in September's quad witching, which I believe was on the 17th, if I'm not mistaken. And so what we saw was that delta hedge continue, right? And that's something that we hadn't, like, had people continued to hold instead of selling out of those contracts, we might have actually realized higher price points in August. And we really haven't seen that same thing occur since these periods. And see, these upward trends that we see continue through into the like futures rollover periods. These are due to, you know, delta being held. So imagine how January would have looked had the delta been held. Out to Feb, right? And this is kind of something that I was trying to point out with my DD originally. Is we can see the evidence of what happens when delta is held by analyzing the open interest on the options chain during these runs. And we also, you know, are able to determine the effects of when it's sold off, right? Well, we didn't close green on the day, which I guess we have 12 minutes. Dare I say clip it? Yeah, I'll clip that. Girk, are you there? Girk? What the fuck do you keep saying my name for? Sons bagholders unite. So really retail needs to not get greedy and not just YOLO weeklies for Opex week to make a quick buck, but buy marches with less leverage to keep delta pressure to increase the run overall. Essentially, yeah. The more, I mean, well, Jay, also the more out of the money calls that are purchased, the higher that gamma maximum can go, which means the higher our run can extend, right? No, trade other shit. So apart from T+T today, when is the next expected positive movement? Last year, March 3rd through 9th was spicy as fuck. Do we expect the same this time? March 3rd through 9th. I mean, that would be the rollover period. So we'll be looking for that after Opex is complete. New contracts will last through 2 cycles. No, I mean, the solution to that would just be leaps. Makes sense. So do we expect predictable cycles to continue until they stop using synthetic short positions to drive the price of the stock down? Then yes. As long as they keep generating this constant flow of FTDs from ETFs and through synthetic shorting on GameStop, then these cycles will persist. They are, however, losing their potency. Or they have been, and unless we retain, break and retain higher levels on this coming run, then they could begin to reduce in range, yeah, for frequency. But it could be that, renewed interest in options contracts from retail and the knowledge of like Schrodinger's Opex period, right? Like the knowledge of this period could exacerbate it. And that's why we've talked about these cycles so much, is because, by people realizing that they're there and they're profitable, that then can then drive the interest into them that has been missing for these last 6 months. I mean, if you assume that all of the price action from last January was pretty much just driven by options FOMO, I think it paints a very clear picture of the ability of retail to move the price of the stock via options. March 11, 124 safe for next week or what, Pickle Man? Or shall I roll my week for $100? March 11, 124s. That's not terrible. I mean, even if nothing happened, it'd still be worth about the same. I mean, you're going to lose some theta. If they pump IV over the weekend, as they've done before, will that only affect IV on 225s or will it affect April 510s, for example? It'll absolutely affect April 510s. April 510s have high Vega, right? Or higher Vega because they're further out, and so they're more sensitive to changes in implied volatility. Thanks for what you do and all the copying you don't do. Hope you have a great weekend. So excited for next week. Let's fucking go. Carpe Diem. Thanks, meditation. You too, man. I thought the cycle was most likely for MOASS. It's the highest probability we're going to see for another quarter. June's not the worst, but August and November really don't have a lot going for them. I just want to know a good contract to watch out for a smaller budget. Go hop on an options calculator and figure it out. Figure out your budget, see what contracts are in that price range, and then see which one could net you the best increase on, whatever you predict price action to be. Georgios Simeonakis. Since most of retail that follows GameStop closely have been scared away from options on Supersonic, could it be that we have lost our edge or maybe just made things way more difficult for us? Yeah. I mean, there's a direct correlation between when Warden fucked his audience on options super hard by not teaching anybody how to play them in the first place, and a decline in open interest on GameStop. But that comes with other things as well, right? Like the liquidity provided in the during the share offering and ETF rebalances that reduced the outstanding obligations on GameStop. That Gaff dude is super funny today. Gaffgarian is the funniest. He's Fudlord. He is the beariest bear in the cereal box. I don't know. I was fucking couldn't think of the end of the sentence. Hey, Girk, thanks for getting us through these shitty last 2 weeks. I'm looking forward to your prophecy being fulfilled with the second coming of the longest Green Johnson. Thanks, Tim. I still think it's odd. He says he was getting advice from someone in the know on his option strats. Probably bullshit, but not weird. Yeah. I think it was just like a 19-year-old kid, like, oh, my girlfriend in Canada is so hot, you know, that kind of thing. Are you tired of being wrong yet? Nope, never. Pineapple pizza is not good. Okay? I'm not misleading anybody on that, Jay Gills. I think the bottom line of this whole saga is that a squeeze can happen, and that ultimately we need GameStop to pull through as a successful tech company so institutions can hop on the train. The best way to get the shorts out is to make them want to be longs. Canadian girlfriends are the hottest. See, we finally agree on something, Gaff. Pineapple pizza is fucking trash. And not even the kind of trash I like. So if they aren't pre-hedging, you're hypothesizing that they wouldn't have a counterparty for their swap. Under what circumstances would possible counterparties avoid the swap? Can use apples. I would actually hypothesize that they have found a counterparty for an entropy swap if they're not pre-hedging, and that they don't give a fuck, and they're going to run it and spike IV pretty hard. Silent Lurker, thank you for that. Mike buys leaps. Take my money, you shill, and have a great weekend. Thanks for being here, brother. Thanks, dude. I've never found a pizza in my life. Okay, Carlos. You're a beast. He's always warning people of the risk of options. And people always cry when Stonk red. She'll seem like hedgies. Thanks for all you do. The Tendy Man cometh next week. He doth. He doth cometh. And hopefully the Tendy Man cometh all over us. And our degenerate leveraged positions. Guys, just promise me one thing. That you'll dance. You'll dance all night long. I know it's over, but I'm still reading things. What day are we doing the weekend stream? Yeah, so members only stream, which will be open to everybody. Just because I want to make sure that everyone understands the expectations and what we're looking at. I'm thinking Monday. What's a good time? Maybe we should do it like Monday night. Because then everyone in the US is up. Everyone in Europe's waking up. What do you guys think about that? Poll? All right. I'll do a quick poll. It's going to be fast though, so you got to vote on it. Let's see. I mean, it'll be uploaded if you can't be there live. Either way. All times Eastern Standard Time. I think ultimately we had a okay day. You know? Only down 1.88. I mean, they knocked the 125s out of the money, which is shitty. 1.2 gigawatt. Thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it.
Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
God damn it, Stefan. No, I don't care if you have fucking reading material tonight. I wonder if Stefan nags me because he knows I'll just forget to do it. Play the outro, Pickle Boy. Shut the fuck up, JFresh. Tell me how to run this shit. I don't tell you how to make graphs look ugly. Wow. Thanks, guys, for the almost perfectly even split in the vote count. I appreciate that. Please go before 4 p.m. Think of the Europors. 8 p.m. your time. I mean, 6 hours ahead? It's open. I'm opening it to everyone, Smooth. All right, the highest concentration of votes is between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. So I'm going to do it at 6 p.m. Yep, that's my prerogative. So members only stream Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Some of you'll have to stay up later. Some of you have to be there earlier. I can't be Mr. Worldwide. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you on Monday. Have a good weekend.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Welcome to Carnation. Carnation.
Riku!
Carnation.
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.